agenda for the convening of the Kenya Bankers Association Banking Industry Nature Positive Financing Forum. Before I delve any further, let me just deal with some basic housekeeping. In case you want to visit the restrooms, please exit via this door and straight ahead. You'll be able to get assistance. Would like to request all of us to have our phones on silent mode to avoid any disruption of the program as it flows. I'd like to take recognition of our keynote participants. I'd like to recognize representation from the Special Climate Envoy in the Office of the President. The team is here with us. I'd like to recognize WWF Kenya. I'd like again to recognize and thank the Kenya Bankers Association for convening us. GIZ is here with us, and representation as well from the Embassy of the Federal Republic of Germany is here with us. IUCN is in the house. Thank you so much for joining us this morning, and we're delighted to have you on board with us. And before I forget any other, I'd also like to thank all the representation captains of industry from across the banking sector. I can see many familiar faces. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning once again. It's been a big week for sustainability. 2 days ago, we were convening under a conversation on the Investor Roundtable, focusing on the readiness for Kenya's roadmap as far as adoption of IFRS S1 and S2 is concerned. And I remember we had a very stimulating conversation there around whether what we are discussing now around TNFD is a precursor to what could potentially be IFRS S3 and what it means for Kenya and the larger continent in Africa. And I can see many familiar faces, delighted to see friends with whom we normally have conversations around sustainability and how the rollout is happening. Remember, the date we are looking at as a country is when? For mandatory reporting along the new standards? So between 2024 and 2026, DEC 31st, we are having the early adopters. And a number of banks are playing in that space, a number of manufacturers as well. Starting that date, all public interest entities, and by that date I mean January 1st, 2027, mandatory adoption and reporting alongside that. And of course, the rollout happens with the tail end having micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises and government entities who sit under the Public Sector Accounting Standards Board. So ladies and gentlemen, one more time, thank you so much for joining us this morning. We shall have the unveil of two very important items this morning. The first one will be the center which is domiciled at the Kenya Bankers Association, the Center for Sustainable Finance and Enterprise Development. And the second one, of course, is the report on nature positive financing. I'd like us to jump into the program for the morning and to welcome on stage the Chief Executive Officer of the Kenya Bankers Association, Mr. Raymond Molenje, who will give us the welcoming remarks. Just some highlight. Raymond Molenje is committed to influencing laws, regulations, and policies in the financial sector to enhance access to credit by individuals, households, and businesses for economic prosperity. And he has over 20 years in this particular space. A round of applause as he makes his way to the stage. Raymond, karibu sana.
Yeah, thank you, Julians, and good morning. Yes, to the representative of the Special Climate Envoy for Kenya, Ambassador Mohamed Ali. I know we represented very well. And to our partners, who are quite a number, but I'll mention just a few to represent the rest of us. So we have the Embassy of Germany, represented in the House by Maren Keller. And then we have WWF Kenya. Thank you so much, Mr. Ravinda is around. We have IUCN, Luther. We've been on this journey with you for very long. And all the other special guests in the house, member banks present, we have our media friends. Welcome to KBM and welcome to Redison Blue for the launch of, as Julian has said, two very important milestones. So we have the Sustainability Center, which also encompasses enterprise development. We want to be very big in walking the talk on support to our micro and small enterprises, because we've talked about it for too long. We now need to be able to ensure that there's action, there's impact, and the call now for all Kenyans is to ensure that there's money in the pocket. When you talk to people within the financial space, we'll tell you that the economy at a macro level is doing very well, and Julian is always with us on a daily basis, speaking to us as to how the macros are speaking very well. And I hope even today, when I leave this stage, before the next presenter comes, you also need to be able to tell us how we are playing in that league. However, there's a challenge in that at an individual level, at a household level, at a business level, we are still struggling. However, the clouds are gathering well, and soon we will be able to ensure that the vibrancy within the macros can also be seen at our individual level. So we are here today, part of launching this nature financing report and the center, to be able to reflect and see to it how, as a people, we will remain sustainable, and then as businesses will remain sustainable. I was reflecting just today on the fact that, at some point in our daily activities, we don't step back to just reflect on how we are existing as a people, because we all know the earth is round. But maybe the two things that we normally don't focus on a little bit more is, one, just the speed at which the earth is revolving around the sun, and then also the speed at which the same planet Earth is actually rotating on its own imaginary axis. We all know Dreamliners move at a speed of roughly 1,000 kilometers per hour. Yeah, that's almost the maximum speed in good weather. Now, our Earth, presently, we can't feel it, but it's rotating on its own imaginary axis at 1,600 kilometers per hour. However, we are just minute entities on it. We can't feel it. Then the staggering statistic is how the Earth itself revolves around the sun. It's estimated 107,000 kilometers per hour. So you can't even imagine what's happening. So I'm just mentioning these two statistics for the fact that we are here not just to talk about financing, but to talk about survival of life here on Earth and survival of our businesses on a day-to-day basis. And that's the reason as to why we're elevating the center, because we've been on this journey of sustainable finance initiative for over 10 years as Kenya Bankers Association. We've been able to socialize banks very well, but you have to take this a step further by entrenching the center within this particular ecosystem, be more focused, and bringing all partners together in the room and be able to see how we can move the needle, ensure that we are more focused on this survival for us as individuals and our businesses. So today, we're making good milestones in this space, because as KBA, we have been public on the fact that we want to walk the talk. So we promised that in 2025, we'll start supporting the small micro businesses, and we gave ourselves a target of being able to do 150 billion every year, starting 2025. Happy to report that we've been on it and we're moving well, because as of today, we've done 153 billion. So we've actually hit the target, and we look forward to being able to do very well in the remaining quarter. And probably revise that target for 2026, and bringing in nature financing will just be able to ensure that we accelerate it much further. So as we celebrate this milestone, releasing the report, where we really want to see how we can be able to put our money to mitigate nature loss, and then also be able to see part of the targets, because we've given ourselves targets globally by 2050. We really need to see that we've fully restored our nature. That's the target that we have. So as we discuss, we go through the panels, we get the remarks from everybody. Let's focus on getting back to the basics, survival, and then how do you put money to be able to ensure that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Raymond. Let's give him a round of applause one more time. And also to the wider banking industry for surpassing their target for MSMEs for this year, which is 150 billion, currently at about 153 from what the CEO has told us. We truly appreciate that. The CEO has spoken about the state of the macros and the fact that we have an apparent decoupling between the macros and the micros. So the numbers at the top are looking good, but in our pockets as citizens and households, we are experiencing a different reality. I guess we can have that conversation separately, led by Dr. Tiriongo here, who heads up research at the Bankers Association. Next on stage, I'd like to welcome the head of Development Cooperation Embassy of the Federal Republic of Germany, that is Maren Neller. I hope I'm getting that right. Just a short bio is that they have been with the German Federal Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development since 2010 in different capacities, including policy advisor on rural development, agriculture and food security, country manager for Malawi and Zambia, and also head of Development Cooperation, German Embassy in Albania. Let's join our hands and welcome on stage, Madam Maren. You're welcome.
Our distinguished international guests from partner countries, development partners, representatives from financial institutions, research and academia, civil society, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols reserved. Good morning. Actually, I've just been here to Kenya for 4 weeks now, and I feel very much honored to be able to speak at this conference and to attend to this very important topic. So on behalf of the German Embassy, it is a great honor to welcome you to the launch of the Nature Positive Investment and Opportunity Study, which is a pivotal step in advancing sustainable development in Kenya and beyond. Kenya and Germany actually share a long-standing partnership dating back to 1963, with agriculture being a central pillar of our cooperation. Over the decades, Germany has worked closely with Kenya's Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development and other key institutions to support productivity, promote soil health, generate youth employment, and drive transformative policy reform. These efforts so far have directly benefited over 1.1 million Kenyan farmers. And this agricultural collaboration is embedded within the broader Kenya-German Climate and Development Partnership, which supports Kenya's resilience and adaptation efforts, particularly in the arid and semi-arid lands. Currently, the German government, through GIZ and KfW, is implementing projects worth 215 million euro. These initiatives focus on enhancing food security, building climate resilience, and improving rural livelihoods. At the policy level, Germany is supporting the development of a national framework for sustainable agricultural financing and subsidy management. This aims to improve the efficiency of public spendings. Further support is being provided for developing the new National Agri-Food System Investment Plan, aligning with regional commitments such as the Kampala Declaration. These instruments are vital for channeling both public and private investments towards sustainable agricultural transformation. Kenya's leadership in climate policy is commendable. From constitutional provisions to robust frameworks like the Climate Change Act, the National Climate Change Action Plan, and the Climate Smart Agriculture Strategy, the country has demonstrated a strong commitment to environmental stewardship. The ambitious national tree planting campaign is a testament to Kenya's proactive approach to enhancing forest cover and addressing climate change. Honorable delegates, colleagues, and partners, today's launch is about more than just a study. It's about reframing how we view and finance nature-based solutions, not merely as conservation efforts, which is important, but as a long-term, high-impact investments in resilience, equity, and sustainability. Environmental risk and value, thank you, into
Mic check, are we back? Or am I triggering it again? Let's appreciate Marion one more time for her thoughts. And because we had this interruption, let me just capture some of the key things which I took from what she's just said. The first one is that this is not just a compliance checkbox that we are ticking. There is actually evidence of an investment worthiness case when it comes to nature-supportive financing, and that is why we are all converging here. Another thing which she has pointed out, which shaped our debate the other day as we were meeting with investors, is that we actually have reliable data on which we can base our decisions around nature and sustainable financing. Because many times we have been told that There is liquidity ready to be deployed, but we are still waiting for metrics, comparability, and what have you. And also that is why we are talking about standards as I was doing my scene setting. So reliable data and measurability is there. The other point which he has highlighted is that there is a role for everyone in the ecosystem. The DFIs have a role, the banking sector have a role, and the policy environment also has a vital role to play, because finally, we all need a stable, predictable, and coherent environment from a policy framework to be able to journey through this course together. So one more time, let's appreciate her for her remarks. Asante sana. Having done that recap, let me take this moment to invite on stage the I've skipped someone, the board member, WWF Kenya and Climate Finance Expert Advisor, that is Mr. Ravinder, who will be joining us to make some remarks. And Ravinder is a senior partner at Energy Access Ventures based out of Nairobi, management and investment role with a 90 million USD venture fund investing in innovative technology and the growth of companies across sub-Saharan Africa. Ravinder, the floor is yours. Let's appreciate him as he comes in.
Good morning. So, as I look around this room, I have to say I'm really excited. You know, we're sitting here, the innovators of finance and nature coming together. It's really an exciting thing. So, my name is Ravi Sikant, and I'm on the board of WWF. And good morning, distinguished ladies, guests, gentlemen. I want to give my apologies from Mohammed Aware, who is the CEO of WWF, who was unable to join us. It is my great pleasure to welcome you all to today's Nature Positive Financing Forum 2025. We hope to see this happen for the years to come. I'm especially honored to acknowledge the presence of Faith Tambamba from the Office of Kenya's Special Envoy of Climate Change, Marion Keller from the Federal Government of Germany, Raymond Malonje, the CEO of Kenya's Bankers Association, and thank you for making this happen, as well as representatives from leading banks and our valued partners from conservation organizations. Your presence here reflects the growing recognition that nature is not only the foundation of life, but also for economic stability and prosperity. Today we stand at a critical juncture. The twin crises of biodiversity loss and climate change are no longer distant risks. They are material financial realities. Degraded ecosystems now threaten water security, food systems, livelihoods, while also increasing physical and transition risks to financial institutions and investors. Yet within these challenges lies an unprecedented opportunity to align finance with nature-positive pathways that safeguard biodiversity, strengthen our resilience, and unlock sustainable growth. At WWF, we believe that investing in nature is investing in our shared future. By integrating biodiversity and sustainability into financial flows, we not only reduce systemic risk, but also generate long-term value for our communities and our businesses and our ecosystems alike. Over the years, WWF has collaborated with the financial sector to strengthen the industry's collective effort in promoting sustainable and inclusive practices. Our partnership with the KBA began years ago with the development of Kenya's Green Economy Strategy and Implementation Plan, 2016 to 2030. Together with our partners, we have achieved numerous milestones, including creating the enabling conditions for the issuance of the first green bond through the Green Bonds Program Kenya, and conducting studies that supported the development of that market. These initiatives led to the launch of the inaugural green bond and a proposal to include tax exemption for green bond insurance in the 2019 Finance Act and the 2024 Tax Amendment Act. Many years on, and many years to come, we will continue to support the financial sector's initiatives and ongoing efforts to foster innovation and financing for climate and biodiversity action, including IFRS for the banking sector. That is why I am delighted that today we'll be launching the assessment of the nature-related financing and investment opportunities study in Kenya, designed to catalyze innovation, mobilize capital, and scale partnerships that drive both conservation impact, economic returns, and improved livelihoods. The report reminds us that finance and nature are deeply interconnected and shows us what is possible when we finance biodiversity and strengthen the role that financial institutions play in driving a nature-positive economy. So we all now have a call to action, to collaborate in supporting the financial sector in its move towards a nature-positive economy by encouraging implementation, offering expertise, sharing data, and facilitating engagements that create a supportive environment to unlock a pathway for climate resilience, inclusive growth, and long-term sustainability. I invite each of you to use this forum as a commitment to work collaboratively across sectors to reimagine finance, to come up with new tools and products as a force for resilience, equity, and positive impact. Together, we can ensure that financial systems support a future where people and nature flourish in harmony. I want to thank you, and I really look forward to the rich discussions ahead today.
Thank you very much, Ravinda, and with a very strong call to action at the very end there on collaboration across stakeholders in the ecosystem. I'd like to welcome on stage the Regional Director for Eastern and Southern Africa at IUCN, that is Luther Anukur. And let's join our hands in welcoming them to come on stage and give us their remarks on this momentous occasion.
Good morning. All distinguished guests, colleagues, and partners, I stand on the protocols which have already been observed previously. On behalf of IUCN, the International Union for Conservation of Nature, it is my great pleasure and honor to welcome you to be a part of this Nature Positive Forum, Finance Forum, an important and timely convening co-hosted with the Kenya Bankers Association, various partners who are represented here, including IUCN under the BioDev 2030 initiative. I want to particularly commend the Kenya Bankers Association for its trailblazing leadership in embedding sustainability into Kenya's financial sector. The Kenya Bankers Association has not only advanced the national conversation on nature-positive finance, but it has also catalyzed action. We've actually collaborated IUCN with the Kenya Bankers Association, especially in the area of mainstreaming nature-based solutions into the finance sector. Through the Sustainable Finance Initiative, the Kenya Bankers Association is championing the integration of the Task Force on Nature-Related Financial Disclosures, TNFD as we call it, recommendations, equipping the financial sector with tools and frameworks needed to manage nature-related risks and capitalize on emerging opportunities. As has been mentioned before by the previous speaker, we gather here today at a critical juncture for our planet. Nature loss is accelerating with profound implications for economies, societies, and future generations. Amidst this challenge also lies an opportunity to rewire our financial systems to regenerate rather than deplete nature. This is the essence of the nature-positive finance agenda. and it is why your presence here representing finance, policy, conservation, and enterprise is so significant. The global financial architecture is being reshaped, as you all know. And while we have geopolitics driving this, the good news is that there are a number of things that are taking place. For example, from disclosure frameworks which are growing, there's also a development of nature-based taxonomies to talking about biodiversity credits and green physical policy. The momentum is building, and I think that this is really great news, and it's great news especially for Kenya. I'm not talking with my heart as a regional director, looking at what's happening between the different countries in the region and in Africa. You notice that Kenya is actually taking a lead position, especially in making sure that there's a green physical policy in place, and that's building, because that creates a very important framework. As articulated by the Nature Positive Initiative, now is the time to align global finance with more equitable nature positive outcomes. This means moving capital away from harmful activities into investments that restore ecosystems, support livelihoods, and build resilience. Just before we came in here, I was talking with Ravinda, and he was asking me what is changing in the conservation space. And I think that the merging between conservation, finance, or between nature, or between environment and finance is getting closer and closer. We are noticing that it's certainly a huge opportunity. We're talking about two sides of the same coin. And so, being a biodiversity-rich continent, Africa has an opportunity not just to participate in this transition, but to lead it by pioneering scalable, inclusive, and bankable solutions for biodiversity and climate. Through the BioDev 2030 initiative of IUCN, IUCN is working across East and Southern Africa to turn nature-positive finance from a theory into a working model. In Kajiado County, for example, we are piloting a bankable biodiversity project designed to generate both ecological and financial returns. I think my previous speaker talked about nature-based solutions. Nature-based solutions is basically looking at delivering two things: outcomes for both people and for nature. So we are supporting the design of policy frameworks and enabling environments that can unlock private capital for conservation at scale. This aligns with the goals of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework that positions countries like Kenya, but also Africa, to take central stage at the IUCN World Conservation Congress, which is happening soon in Abu Dhabi from 9th to 15th of October, particularly at the Business and Finance Summit. So let me do a little bit of, what is it called? I want to interest you, or is it a bit of marketing? So IUCN is organizing the World Conservation Congress. This is usually a major platform for which we advance globally issues to do with environment and nature. And so there will be a Business and Finance Summit, and the summit will offer a global platform to not only showcase your leadership in as financial institutions, but it will also, but also to stay ahead of evolving global standards to manage risks. And some of these standards are like the TNFD, which has been mentioned before, but also IUCN is well known for developing and delivering global standards for which we can adhere to. But it will also be a huge opportunity to build alliances with government, science, and civil society to drive systemic change. IUCN sees this Nature Positive Forum today as a major milestone towards an integrated approach where finance becomes a force for nature positive transformation. By forging deeper partnerships between conservation and finance, we can mainstream investments that deliver real-world outcomes for biodiversity, for climate, and for inclusive development. Let's seize this moment to position Kenya and Africa as leaders in nature-positive financing, proving that what's good for nature is good for business and for our shared future. Thank you for your attention and for your commitment.
That is Luther from IUCN, and you seized the moment there to make a good pitch. We hope to see you in Abu Dhabi. Thank you very much for that. For those who profess Christianity, there was a gentleman by the name John the Baptist, and he kept on saying that he was paving the way for someone else. And the reason he gave is that the person who comes after me, I am not even fit to fasten the straps of his sandal. And because I cannot introduce our keynote speaker, I'm not fit to fasten the straps of our sandals, let me call on Raymond Molenje to welcome our keynote speaker. So let's welcome Raymond back on stage.
I'm still waiting for the special guest to be able to lift her hand. Our chief guest is Ambassador Ali Mohammed, who is the special envoy on climate for our country, Kenya. And that office sits in the executive office of His Excellency the President. There are many presidents in Kenya, because the constitution was changed, but there's only one, His Excellency the President. So allow me to welcome the representative of Ambassador Ali, my friend Faith Temba, to come and be able to deliver.
Good morning, everyone. We just arrived from Addis Ababa, and apologies, I am not Ali Mohammed. He really sends his apologies. He actually arrived this morning at 3 in the morning. I spoke with him before I left myself, and he really wanted to join. He was part of the development of his speaking notes. But unfortunately, he was not able to join. I also want to pass Happy New Year greetings, because those of us who follow the Ethiopian calendar would realize we actually crossed the year while we were in Addis Ababa. It's 2018, so I come back 7 years younger. But thank you so much, and congratulations to KBA for this initiative. Allow me to read his speech. Paul Russo, KBA Chair and KCB Group Chief Executive Officer, Raymond Molenje, KBA CEO, Luther Anker, IUCN Regional Director, Ravinda Sikand, WWF Kenya Board Member, Maren Nila, Head of Development Cooperation, Embassy of Federal Republic of Germany, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor to join you this morning for the launch of the Center for Sustainable Finance and Enterprise Development and Nature Positive Financing and Investment report by the Kenya Bankers Association. This event comes at a decisive moment for the country and for our continent. I have just arrived from the second Africa Climate Summit in Addis Ababa, a gathering envisioned to elevate Africa's climate agenda and engage with global community for a position of unity and ambition. At Addis, Africa reaffirmed that climate action, growth, and development must advance hand in hand. We must be seen not as victims, but as a continent of opportunity and solutions. The report, From Nairobi to Addis, Africa's Journey on Climate Action and Partnership, authored by my office, highlights the progress we have made since ACS1. For those of us who might recall, we had it in Nairobi in 2023. This report speaks about the Africa Green Industrialization Initiative, the Accelerated Partnership for Renewables in Africa, APRA, and systemic reforms such as the Global Solidarity Levies Task Force. These initiatives are positioning Africa not just as a participant, but a co-author of the global financial architecture. The Addis Ababa Declaration builds on this vision, deepening commitments to scalable climate finance, high-integrity carbon markets, and continental initiatives. It firmly anchors Africa's role as a proactive leader in green industrialization, just transitions, financial reform, as well as nature-positive growth. I am also proud to announce that a key achievement at the summit was securing commitment of $100 billion by African development financial institutions and leading banks to speed up the continent's green industrialization. One other thing that's relevant for this forum that I also want to highlight is the report Healthy Debt on a Healthy Planet, which was launched as well and is associated with the Pact for People and Planet, a coalition with Kenya, Colombia, and France. The report was launched and highlighted at the summit a couple of days ago. Excellencies, distinguished guests, Africa's climate challenges are profound. Prolonged drought, erratic rainfall, and extreme weather events that threaten agriculture, energy, and livelihoods. Kenya alone has endured 16 significant droughts between 1990 and 2020, affecting more than 50 million people. Yet, despite the scale of need, over 3 trillion required by 2030, that's what we need in terms of financing. Our continent received only 30 billion between 2021 and 2022. The Addis Declaration rightly reaffirms that climate finance is not charity, but a legal obligation under the UNFCCC. It also emphasizes the importance of African-led financing and ownership through our own financial institutions, and I believe this is what KBA is leading. Here at home, our banks and financial institutions must play a catalytic role. I commend KBA for its leadership in launching this center, which will serve as a hub to transform the banking industry into a force that creates value for people, nature, climate, and the economy. Indeed, our prosperity as a nation cannot be separated from financing decisions that address environment and socio-economic challenges. Today, KBA also launches the Nature Positive Financing Study, which speaks directly to government priorities on climate resilience and restoration of our natural resources. The Addis Declaration calls for a continental knowledge platform on nature-based solutions, and this study provides a critical foundation for Kenya's contribution to that effort. We know that nature-based solutions, particularly those with biodiversity core benefits, are also highly valued in the carbon market space, often commanding a premium. Yet investments from our local institutions into such activities remain limited. This report provides the evidence base and practical pathways to challenge that reality. Through the Kenya Bankers Association's advocacy and the commitment of member banks, I am confident we will see increased flows of capital into nature-positive projects that strengthen resilience, deliver carbon mitigation, and safeguard Kenya's natural wealth. As I conclude, I urge all stakeholders, banks, governments, the private sector, development partners, and indeed all Kenyans to see this launch not as an end, but as the beginning of a renewed journey. The center and the study provide us with the tools to reorient finance towards resilience, innovation, and shared prosperity. By working in partnership, we can align capital with Kenya's biodiversity and climate priorities while safeguarding long-term economic stability. Let us seize this moment to make nature-positive financing not only an aspiration, but a defining feature of Kenya's financial sector, one that ensures our people, our economy, and our environment thrive together. Again, I wish to commend KBA for its vision and leadership. Together we can chart a future that is climate positive, nature positive, and provides opportunities for generations to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Faith, Senior Advisor on Carbon Markets attached to the Executive Office. Thank you very much for your remarks. She's reminded us that the the conversation we are having fits within the larger discussion around the reshaping of the global financial architecture and the fact that whereas we have pools of capital ready for biodiversity and sustainable financing, there's a disproportionately low flow towards Africa and I guess the global south. And that is part of what we seek to catalyze through some of the initiatives that we are now taking here, including by ensuring that players in the financial intermediation space, whether it is banks or any other participants, are then able to help us ensure that we have adequate flow into this side of the world. Next, we shall be having the first launch that I talked about, which is the launch of the Center for Sustainable Finance and Enterprise Development. And of course, this I did mention will be domiciled at the Kenya Bankers Association, and is just to help us strengthen our dedicated focus towards the question of sustainable financing and the growing need that it is facing, and how we are to support private sector development and its role in this critical area. Are we set? Just give us 2 minutes, are we all right? So we shall have a video playing on screen, which will then take us to the unveiling of the Center for Sustainable Finance and Enterprise Development. Tech team, if we're ready. Could I have the lights dimmed a bit, please? Is that possible? All right, I think it looks a little better, though it has focused on that side. Yes, that one.
The KBA Centre for Sustainable Finance and Enterprise Development will be an impact-led hub within Kenya that activates action to transform the banking industry to be a force for building value for people, nature, climate, and the economy. Through its vast networks of partners, thought leaders, and sustainable finance innovators across the banking industry, the Centre will catalyse change for a sustainable future. The CSF-ED will seek to entrench the tenets of the industry-widely adopted Sustainable Finance Guiding Principles, while also championing advocacy efforts in order to achieve the following: a banking industry that facilitates true financial viability by directing financial flows towards sustainable economic development that ultimately safeguards the planet and promotes social well-being. Promote enterprise development for MSMEs, and enhance financial inclusion in Kenya for underserved communities through facilitating financial literacy training to foster community empowerment, consumer awareness of financial services, and support financial access through bank partnerships. Enhance the banking industry's ability to manage and mitigate risks associated with their lending activities and investments. Build the capacity of the industry to embrace ESG reporting to enhance transparency. What are the core pillars of the Centre for Sustainable Finance and Enterprise Development? 1. Enterprise development. 2. Promoting innovative sustainable financial instruments. 3. Advisory services on sustainable finance. 4. Technical assistance. 5. Partnership for impact. 6. Advocacy.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is the Center for Sustainable Finance and Enterprise Development, and you have seen the core areas it is focusing on, including advisory services on sustainable finance, capacity building, especially as we target the businesses which are in the micro, small, and medium-sized category, to ensure that this conversation is mainstreamed. It doesn't just remain with us, we are able to cascade this further downstream And once again, let's appreciate KBA for the unveil of the Center for Sustainable Finance and Enterprise Development. Now, the next one is an equally important one because we have a study, we have findings, and that is the report which now we want to unveil. So for this report, I'll need very keen attention. There is a video that will play. Tech team at the back, are you listening? When we get to the countdown, please stop the video there because I'll need 5 individuals to join me on that extreme end here so that we are able to unveil the report. And if I could get assistance in moving this buzzer closer here. So I want them to watch the clip as it rolls until we get to the counting down, and then we stop it at that, then we go and unveil the report at that point. Are we together? All right, let's get the video going. Let's hold it there. We are 2 minutes in. All right, come. Let me call on stage 5 individuals to join me. The first one is Madam Faith Temba. Please join us. Come to this side, please. I'd like Maren from German side to come. Ravinda, please join us. Raymond Molenje, please join us as well. Luther, please come and join us on this side. Oh, sorry, we are unveiling it right here. Right here. So let's just step down. Yes. I want to get this buzzer right next to you, Faith. So, I will advise you because once you press the buzzer, the curtain will unfurl and we'll be able to have our wonderful launch moment. My camera crew, are we ready? Yes, we are. Wonderful. All right, tech team, let's continue with our countdown. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. All right, thank you very much. Let's appreciate this moment. Sorry, Robin, let's step forward. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And that is the unveiling of the assessment of nature-related financing and investment opportunities in Kenya. Oh, we're advised to move slightly closer to the report there. Just don't cover it. Yes. Let's have a balance. Faith, you could come this side. All right, are we good, camera crew? Thank you very much, and we have unveiled our report, and shortly we'll be getting some color into what is contained in it, because then that will give us context into what exactly we are talking about. Thank you very much. Yes, you can exchange a handshake. It will be good for my photographs as well. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Asanteni sana. Are we okay? You may resume your seats. Thank you for that moment. So now that we have the report launched, we want to get into a presentation on the findings from the report on nature-positive financing and investment study. My tech team, I think I'll need the lectern back here so that we have the speaker being able to help us understand what it is that we are discussing in this report. And the findings will be delivered to us by the Director of Impact, Climate and ESG Management at Rebel East Africa, and that is Ingwel Kuil. Ingwel has worked with the World Bank, the Dutch government, financial institutions, and foundations to design strategies and tools that unlock capital for social and environmental impact. In Kenya, she leads advisory projects on water, climate, and nature-related financing, including the recent assessment of investment opportunities for the Kenya Bankers Association. She has supported financial institutions in East and West Africa to integrate ESG, impact management, and innovative financing models into their operations, bridging the gap between financial performance and sustainable outcomes. She has proven track record of designing and structuring financial instruments, financing instruments, developing impact management strategies, and driving climate and gender initiatives at both corporate and project levels. She is passionate about creating systemic change through financing, helping the financial sector play a transformative role in building resilient, inclusive, and nature-positive economies. So as we get the lectern on stage, let's join our hands and welcome her on stage to come and walk us through some of the key highlights of this report that we have just launched and why it is critical for our conversation on nature-positive financing going forward.
Good morning, everybody. Yeah, good morning. Let me see how this works. Oh, this is backward. Well, all protocols observed, but thank you, moderator, for the kind introduction, and thanks to IUCN for hosting this session. Thanks to our colleagues from KBA, WWF, and GIZ for working together with us on this important theme, assessing nature-related financing and investment opportunities here in Kenya. My name is Ingwel Kuil. I'm a director at Rebel Advisory East Africa, and I'm here together with my colleagues who have also contributed to this piece of work. And I would like to ask them to introduce themselves: Norika Salih, Paula Gituku, and Marcel Ham. Norika? Yeah. Thank you. And Marcel Ham, who is one of the founders of Rebel. And Marcel, would you maybe like to introduce Rebel, because it has such a funny name? So please go.
Yeah, thank you. I promise I'll keep it very, very brief because we want to get into the exciting contents of the study, of course. My name is Marcel Ham. I'm one of the founders of Rebel Group, and I'm based here in Nairobi. A few words about Rebel. At Rebel, we want to realize a positive change by combining strategic advice and working hands-on creating new initiatives. We want to contribute to projects that make financial sense and that make the world a better place. And we believe that goes together well, the robust economics and a positive impact on the people and planet. We are a financial strategic advisory firm. We specialize in financing and in transaction advisory across all sectors, but we don't just advise. We also initiate, we develop, we invest, and we work together with partners like yourselves to make ideas a reality. We are a global team. We are over 300 rebels across the globe, which allows us to combine local insights with international best practices. We started the company in 2002. We've been active in the region for almost 20 years. We've had an office in Nairobi for 7 years now. And Maybe the most important thing is we are very proud to be here today because this study represents so well what we stand for. So we want to bring strategic insights, combine it with financial expertise, and then come to solutions that benefit both people and the planet. And we look forward to sharing our findings today and even more to working with you to make these opportunities a reality. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Marcel. And as you've heard, Rebel brings quite a broad skill set and expertise. But today we're here to focus on one thing, and that is sharing insights from our report on nature-related financing and investment opportunities in Kenya. Yeah, we have, I think, a bit more than half an hour together, and I'll start with a short introduction. Then we'll zoom in on some of the core concepts. What is nature positive? What are the shades of green? Which sectors are most relevant to focus on in Kenya? From there, we'll look at opportunities, because it's opportunity-driven, including viable business models, project finance, value chain perspectives, as well as quantitative analysis of financially viable projects. We conclude with some recommendations, and because we have you all here in the room, I think it would be nice if you could speak then up as well and give some recommendations that you've suggested to us during the interview. Although our report is focused on Kenya, let's begin with a few global numbers. Since 1970, global biodiversity has declined by 70%. According to the World Bank, the decline in ecosystem services risks lowering GDP by over 10% in low and lower middle income countries. And wealthy countries depend heavily on nature-rich countries. And with that dependency valued at $10.8 trillion each year. Now, Africa is home to some of the most biodiverse ecosystems in the world. And these ecosystems are the backbone of African economies and livelihoods. But they're also critical to global environmental health. So zooming in on Kenya. Kenya is one of the world's 10 mega biodiverse nations. Roughly 42% of GDP is linked to natural resources, making Kenya's economy highly dependent on sustainable use. Looked at relevant sectors, business models and projects, focusing both on opportunities and risks. It's worth noting the scope. We did not interview project developers or analyze banks' portfolios in detail. So while this report provides strong insights, there may be additional opportunities not yet captured. And we recommend those as follow-up actions. Yeah, you might have seen this story that went viral last week. A UN report found that most UN publications are hardly read. In fact, 1 in 5 reports is downloaded fewer than 1,000 times, and downloading doesn't really mean reading. So when we were asked by our colleagues to prepare a report, I kind of wondered, like, okay, are we really going to do this, or should we plant trees? And there's nothing wrong with planting trees. We do that as well. Actually, we have some seed balls back in our office. So if you want to plant trees as well, please come and take some seed balls, nice acacia trees, and you can do this. But also read the report, because as you can see from today's lunch, we've really spent a lot of effort, and we decided it was worth doing. To make sure the report is valued, we took a very practical approach. The report speaks to different stakeholders within a financial institution. It includes concrete examples and stakeholder-specific recommendations. So whether you're a sustainability manager or a credit risk officer, you'll find practical, actionable content that can actually create business opportunities. So earlier this year, we had organized a validation workshop where many of you were present as well. And there we tested some indicative findings. So this slide shows one of the results from the validation workshop. 80% of participants confirmed that their institutions already recognize nature as a strategic priority reflected in the daily operations. And that's a very helpful starting point on the journey to a nature-positive economy. And just last week, at the FSD Kenya conference, a speaker said, in Africa, we don't have time to debate terms. We need to get going. And I completely agree. This graph shows why. By 2030, we need more nature in the world than by 2020. And by 2050, we need full recovery. And that doesn't leave us much time to debate. It leaves us time to act. Now, while we may agree here that debating terms is maybe a bit of a waste of time, the reality is that nature is a relatively new asset class. It often requires blended finance. That's one of the big recommendations in the report as well that Maren also touched upon. And this blended finance includes contributions from other parts of the world. And in those contexts, alignment with clear concepts and taxonomies really matters. So for this study, we adopted a practical definition for nature-positive financing, which is finance that halts and reverses nature loss, restoring and enhancing ecosystems with the aim of full recovery by 2050. We identified 3 levels where financing can contribute. So that's, let me go here, nature positive, nature conservation, do no harm. And within these shades of green, we also explored some business models in the regenerative agriculture, agroforestry, ecotourism, and waste to energy. Now turning to sectors, and I notice I've already given it away in the previous slide. In Kenya, we found the most promising sectors for nature-positive financing to be agriculture, including food systems, forestry, environmental services, where wildlife conservation stands out as the most critical sector for nature conservation, and the manufacturing sector has significant potential to contribute to the do no harm approach. So we chose to prioritize manufacturing over real estate because of its much larger share in bank loan portfolios. But real estate obviously is important as well. So we assessed these sectors against 5 criteria, which were the size of the financing opportunity, feasibility of viable business models, the risk profile, banks' portfolio priorities, and Kenyan government priorities. So based on rough estimates, looking at the sectors, and with very limited data available, we assessed that Kenya's total financing opportunity for nature-related investment could reach $100 to $150 billion over the next decade. This is, of course, an indicative number based on publicly available data. And some of that data has been put together so nicely in a database by Ruben. I don't know if he's here. And although a rough estimate, it really signals the scale of the opportunity. And one of our recommendations for next steps is to follow up with in-depth sector-specific analysis to refine these numbers. So that is something that I hope can be supported by some of the partners as well, because it will really add value. Now, if you work at the bank, you might be wondering, looking at our portfolios, what can I actually do? What are the opportunities? And we also heard concerns about barriers that Maren from GIZ already touched upon. So indeed, we found that few banks have pipelines of nature-positive projects. Many don't yet recognize them in portfolios, and supply is limited. Kenya's nature-positive economy is still nascent, so there's a lot of opportunity to grow. And here's what gives me confidence, having lived in Kenya for 7 years now and almost becoming a resident. Kenyans are very entrepreneurial and incredibly creative. So if some country can make this work, it's here. As part of this study, we explored various opportunities, also in relation to viable business models, such as regenerative agriculture. We looked at revenue streams, risks, scalability, financing needs, and potential structures. On this slide, you see an example for an agroforestry business. The report includes more examples, and I won't go into detail now into this graph. But if you're interested in structuring support, please do reach out to the team. We're happy to support. Looking at opportunities, we also see a lot of opportunity in project phases. So as you can see from the project flow, development finance institutions play a critical role in creating the right conditions for Kenya's nature-positive economy to grow over the long term. This support can take many forms. For example, establishing short-term working capital or bridge financing facilities for forestry or large-scale mangrove restoration projects. A good example here is FMO's mobilizing Finance for Forest program, which is designed to unlock private sector investment in projects that protect and restore tropical forests, including in Africa. So what makes these kind of programs so important is that they provide risk capital that helps projects get off the ground, and it positions nature-positive initiatives as commercially attractive opportunities. So equally important is the type of financing, particularly longer tenures, an initial grace period. These are essential because projects that deliver nature-positive outcomes typically need longer-term funding in order to succeed. And this illustration shows the different types of financing required at each phase of a large-scale, let's say, mangrove project. And this is particularly relevant for Tier 1 banks with a focus on project finance. We also see opportunities in value chains. Most Kenyan banks are still at the early stages of their nature journey. That means it's important to start with practical, achievable, quick wins. Through our interviews, we identified several opportunities that banks can take up early in their nature-related financing efforts. For example, moving further along the agricultural value chain, such as financing regenerative smallholder farmers. And this approach creates cumulative benefits, and in many cases could qualify as an investment that advances nature-positive outcomes. Value chain overviews are a useful tool here, and I think you apply them in the climate space as well. They help investment teams understand how the different sectors are connected, many of whom may already be with existing borrowers with trusted relationships. That makes it easier to identify viable opportunities and design projects that foster collaboration across the value chain. The overview on this slide shows an example of the agricultural value chain, highlighting specific financing opportunities for banks that lend to SMEs. And this may be particularly relevant for Tier 2 and Tier 3 banks, which have a strong focus on SME financing. And just to reiterate, I'm just touching upon some of the findings that we included in the report. Once we've identified a nature-related project, the next step is ensuring it is accepted by the credit or risk department. And that can be a challenge because nature-related investments are still in an emerging space, an emerging practice. That's why in this report, we've included some indicative and illustrative examples. These are designed to show the directional business case and the plausible credit risk and pricing impacts of investing in nature-related sectors, especially when compared to the risks of continuing with conventional investments that contribute to nature loss. So kind of touches upon the cost of inaction, I would think. And these examples are not meant to be predictive or exhaustive, rather they provide a basis for exploratory analysis that can help guide strategic direction. We structured the examples in 4 sectors. such as the watershed and spring, and we zoomed in on the watershed and spring restoration project in a step-by-step way. In the report you see first we established the risk baseline, both before and after the spring restoration. Then we identify the financial model components, such as the restoration costs and the annual benefits once restoration has taken place. Next, we calculate the NPV before and after factoring in risk pricing. Then we compare the results pre and post restoration. We run a sensitivity analysis across different cases, so conservative, optimistic, favorable pricing, and riskier investment scenario. And finally, we assess overall financial viability. And again, this is indicative, but I think very interesting to see more quantitative approach to nature financing and nature projects. The aim is to show how these kind of projects can be positioned not only as environmentally valuable, but also as financially sound investments. In the study, we've included close to 40 recommendations listed per stakeholder group, and some of them I've already touched upon in this presentation. We understand there are some government representatives, so I wanted to zoom in on some of the recommendations for government. And let me start by saying it is to be applauded that the green finance taxonomy has been developed. And within this framework, the CBK could establish national benchmarks and criteria. Then it could be an opportunity to build on climate change, carbon market regulations, and the Kenya Sovereign Green Bond Framework to enable new instruments such as biodiversity credits and species bonds, like the Rhino bond. Regarding nature-related risks, it was mentioned it would be useful if nature-related risks could be integrated into the existing guidance on climate-related risk management. And lastly, for this presentation, it was mentioned it would be helpful to include financial sector stakeholders in the update of the MBSAP to encourage commitment and ensure effective implementation. And I'm sure that many of you have more recommendations that you would like to share maybe, but I'll leave that to the chair. And I understand it has already been started as a follow-up to the study. Would be very good to review banks' current pipelines and portfolios to identify and tag nature-related risks and opportunities using available tools. Then establishing a strong pipeline of projects to support the development of banks' nature portfolio by identifying the low-hanging fruit in, for example, a value chain. Focus on an initial pilot project demonstrating tangible nature-positive impact, providing a scalable approach to expand banks' nature-aligned portfolio. And then lastly, I think the KBA had suggested to initiate the KBA Nature Award 2026 for the bank that is doing most in the nature space, but I'll leave that to KBA to talk about. With this, I've come to the end of my presentation. Thank you so much for your attention, and we look forward to continue to engage with you on this important and interesting journey. Thank you so much. Over to you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much for giving us some color into the report, its findings, how the landscape looks like, and the recommendations. You're able to download the report via this QR code here, so please just grab your device, scan it, and you'll be able to access, as you'd imagine, because we are conscious of the...
I think the download of the report is later by KBA.
Oh, sorry. No, that's the presentation, sorry. But nonetheless, yes, KBA team, do we have that QR code? We don't have it yet, but we'll be able to get you the QR code to be able to download the report so that we are able to interact with it. We want to have one engagement before we transition into a tea break, and that is a very quick photo opportunity here, and I'd like to call on stage Madam Faith Temba. I'd like to call Maren Keller. Ravinda, please join us, and Raymond, as well as Luther. My tech team at the back, two things. We need to remove this, and also we need the center backdrop on screen. So I will take a quick photo, then we shall have a break. Madam Faith Temba, Marian, Ravinda, Raymond, and Luther, please come on stage. Let's have a quick photo, and then we shall be able to transition. Raymond Molenje, you're the person we're waiting for. Videography crew? I think we shall work with that side, right? Good. Let's have that photo taken in a few, and then we'll be able to jump on to the next item on our agenda. Are we all right? Thank you very much. Thank you. You may resume your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to take a 30 minutes tea break, after which we shall come back. We have a panel discussion on promoting nature positive outcomes through finance, and that is a session I will be moderating. So for now, please feel free to just grab some refreshments. It's now 9 minutes past 10, 10:40. Let's be back here to start our panel conversation. Feel free to step out. Right, let's take our seats. Look at the door, please settle down. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We want to jump into the next session, which is our panel discussion, themed Financing Nature Positive Outcomes and Managing Related Risks. Let's take our seats. Let's take our seats. Good, thank you very much. So to help us have this conversation on financing nature positive outcomes and managing related risks, I have a panel, and I'll call them on stage one by one. The session is designed to explore how financial institutions, development partners, and policymakers can work together to mobilize resources for biodiversity, climate action, and nature positive outcomes while managing associated risks. On the panel with me will be the World Bank Lead Specialist Finance Competitiveness and Innovation for East Africa, that is Isfandia Zaman Khan. Present in the house with us? Or seen outside? All right. The Group Head of Sustainability at NCBA, that is Madam Anne Derry. Let's give her a round of applause as she makes her way here. CPA Elvis Monica, Manager Standards and Technical Services at ISPA. Elvis, let's appreciate it when it comes through. Kennedy Okish, Agriculture, Economy and Financial Advisor at GIZ. Karibu sana on stage. Let me also welcome on stage the Head of Secretariat at ANCA, Dorothy Maseke. Karibu sana, let's appreciate her. She joins us here. Madam Christine Mwangi, Program Manager, UNDP Biofin. You are in the house somewhere. Here you are, yes. And Benson Ireri, Head of Clean Cooking Delivery Unit. Benson Ireri joining us right away here. Karibu sana, Benson. Ladies and gentlemen, karibuni sana. My World Bank panelists, is it the one plugging in virtually? No, all right, okay. We shall proceed nonetheless. Karibuni sana. We are talking about financing nature positive outcomes and managing related risks. Actually, I just want to start with a very general question. We followed the morning session, we saw the launch of the report, the key findings, the key proposals, and how the team behind, including the KBA, is viewing the landscape in terms of nature positive financing. Let me start from my immediate left here. What are your key takeaways? What stands out for you?
Thank you.
And maybe tell us by there about your institution, yes. Is it on? Let's try it again.
All right. Great, thanks. Morning, everyone. So my name is Benson Ireri. I work in the Office of the Special Envoy for Climate, Ambassador Ali Mohammed, where I lead the clean cooking work, heading the clean cooking delivery unit. Of course, as you know, the government of Kenya has commitment to ensure that everybody has universal access to clean cooking by 2030. And I think it's not just about households, it's also about institutions, which I think is something that for the longest time when people have been speaking about clean cooking, I think the focus has mainly been on the households. And then the risk, of course, for leaving behind institutions has been real, and hence the reason why the Climate Envoy has been very keen on ensuring that we also don't leave behind the institutions. So that's number one. Number two, what was my key takeaway? I think it's the investment opportunity that is available in nature-based solutions. I think the findings are super comprehensive and therefore demonstrating the opportunity for both people, nature, climate, and I think economics, because in most cases, I think the economic side of things has been left out and has been seen as a risk, but I think demonstrating how then investment in nature also has core benefits in terms of the economic development for me, but also core benefits in terms of climate, etc. I think for me was quite positive.
Thank you, Benson, for kicking us off that way. Christian, what are some of your key takeaways?
Yeah, so thank you very much for having me here. So I'm coming in from a developmental institution perspective. And at UNDP, we've just revised our strategy. We have a strategy for 2026 to 2029 that's focusing on accelerating human development while easing planetary pressures. So which is key to today's conversation. But most importantly, as a development institution, as a global development institution, today's report, I think the first set of recommendations was going to the government, which speaks to a systemic setup or systemic influence and some of the benefits that we could reap from organizing ourselves from a systemic perspective. And the Biodiversity Finance Initiative, which is an initiative, the BioFin, which called the BioFin, as known as BioFin, that is led by UNDP. Its main role is to develop a finance plan for nature at a national level, incorporating the multiple stakeholders. That includes the team in this room or the people in this room, talking about bringing in government, bringing in communities in the conversation, and asking ourselves, what role can we play in bridging the national biodiversity finance gap? So I almost felt like those recommendations were speaking to the role that BioFin has been designed to play, which is a very good place to start, and specifically the banking sector. We've already started collaborations with them on the role they can play in that, so that when we are getting to the end of the conversation, we are very clear on how this NBSAP will be financed, not just from foreign funding, but also from local private funding. Thank you.
Asante sana, Christine, for your thoughts. Dorothy Maseka.
So I'm the child that missed the class in the morning, so I don't know how to answer that question because I wasn't here, and my apologies for that. But one of the things that, because I have been tracking the work that has been done and working also very closely with the Kenya Bankers Association, who are one of our most powerful anchor members. That's the African Natural Capital Alliance members. A couple of months back, we had the pleasure of hosting Bwana CEO at one of the projects that we have been supporting. And just seeing a number of CEOs, including our KBA CEO, sitting there in the field, hot sun, getting to understand what nature means and getting to understand the opportunities available was such a big deal for us as an alliance. And so my takeaway and what really, really strikes me is that exactly why Anchor was set up. It's an alliance that brings together stakeholders, and in this case, financial sector stakeholders. And we want to mobilize their responses on nature loss, risks and opportunities, but more importantly, support the entire ecosystem into putting nature on the balance sheet so that we can actually speak of the economic value that has been spoken about this morning. And just drawing from the example of KBA's work, just looking at the theme for today, and I was busy, I was just saying that this is exactly what we need. We have a strong association partnership with KBA. We also have a similar one in South Africa with the Banking Association of South Africa. And we also now then realize that it is through this push that regulation begins to catch up. And so that for me is one of my best takeaways from this session.
Asante, Dorothy. Let's hear from Kennedy Okech.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Kennedy Okech. I work for GIZ as as a senior agriculture economy and financial advisor. So here, our project is called Sustainable Agricultural Systems and Policy, and it works at macro level, so at policy level. So we work closely with the Ministry of Agriculture to support policy implementation, but we are also keen on working on innovation, especially vertical upscaling. Financing towards sustainability is also one of our key outputs, and also linkages, especially south to south and also north exchange. So as a policy project, so I will be leaned more towards policy, and I think it's quite clear from the report that there's an opportunity for the government to play a very important role in terms of providing incentives, tax breaks, and also subsidy for the financial institution to be able to tag this nature positive financing. But I think at the end of the day, what is important is that we need to move away from just reports. So it is mentioned that there's an opportunity for USD 100 million to 150 million to be mobilized in the next decade. So the question is how can we do it so that we move beyond now the report into actual doing. And I think multiple stakeholders working together will be able to achieve this. Thank you.
Thank you, Kennedy. Let me switch over to Elvis. And Elvis, allow me to flip your question a bit, because you come from the side of standards and adherence and compliance. When you look at the conversation you're having, the report which has just been released this morning, how does it fit within the guidelines that you are given, especially considering where the country is right now, where we have the roadmap for adoption of IFRS S1 and S2? And of course, there's also TNFD coming into that conversation.
Yeah. Thank you. Maybe how I look at it is the conversation on climate has been accepted in the market, generally speaking. And now, of course, new information, new data, knowledge has come that now we understand that climate is just a subset of nature. And so the very technical aspects that we are required to report on based on the standards can be easily applied into reporting on nature-related risks and opportunities. And that's why the TNFD framework is one of the important frameworks that has come to the fore. At standard level, there's a project, it's called Biodiversity Ecosystems and Ecosystem Services. It's called the BEES project, that the IFRS Foundation is currently working on and seeing how we can incorporate nature into what Dorothy mentioned, into balance sheets, into the books. How can we, is there an opportunity to bring all these risks and opportunities into the financial statements? But overall, when I look at it and just looking at it broadly speaking about the landscape and how it's shaping up, we are giving, of course, our standards are very investor-focused kind of standards, and we do recognize this, but it doesn't mean that reporting for other stakeholders is not important. And that's where these other standards such as GRI that report on impact are important, and TNFD. So hopefully we get to see TNFD, pulling at TCFD, because TCFD is what eventually gave birth to the core content pillars that we use to report on IFRS S1 and S2. So I don't want to hold a crystal ball and say that TNFD will now come into IFRS reporting, but highly likely we'll see that same movement coming in, so that now finance people and all other sustainability practitioners can be able now to bring all these risks to the fore. But maybe to also touch on two key other aspects that I see how we fit into the entire discussion is, one is with regards to pricing in of risks. If climate risk has been accepted that it's business risks, then nature risk equally is business risk. So how can we price in risk? And of course, to add to what we're discussing today about nature positive financing, then, is it a matter of now divesting from, from giving money to entities that are per se damaging nature? Or is it a discussion then that we need to have about that transition finance to help banks give that kind of finance?
What Elvis is essentially telling financial sector intermediation players is that we need to put our money where our mouth is. All right. Andere, I guess that's a good segue to you. Take it away, Anne. What are your key takeaways from the report?
I think for me, the 42% of the country's GDP being associated or being the result of nature investments is quite telling. In fact, I actually thought it would be slightly higher, to be honest. It's also quite telling that Kenya is amongst the top 10 countries with the richest biodiversity in the world. But then also what struck out for me, obviously I think for everybody, is between the 100 and 150 billion investment that's required. And when you also look at the conversation around that, by 2050, we should have redressed the climate issues that are impacting nature and get back to 100% of what our nature is like. Hi, my name is Anderi. I work for NCBA Group. I am the head of NCBA Sustainability at the group level. We run a campaign called Change the Story, and Change the Story is basically, and it's really apt when you think about it, and I'll explain it very shortly. So when the things that really struck me from that report when I mentioned those 4 bullets was, number one, when we did just a high-level overview of our own book for 2024, our corporate book, slightly over 32% is integrated or intertwined to, you can actually align it to nature. And that is just direct investments. We've not looked at the value chain, and we've not looked at the SME book. And then again, of course, when you think about the nexus between climate and nature, quite frankly, this conversation should not surprise anybody. It's a natural progression, because climate impacts nature, but we get our food from nature. When you look at the 4 sectors that were highlighted in the report, which are around manufacturing, agriculture, I forget the other 2, but no, tourism especially. And if you think of this country in particular, our top 2 contributors to our GDP is agri and tourism. And for me, it always surprises me when we have these conversations around the need to invest in nature or invest in the environment properly, because really, frankly, we are a country that really needs to put our backs into food security, investments that look at food security. We really do need to invest a lot when it looks at the water space. We are a water-stressed country. So I think for us as Kenya particularly, this conversation is a do or die. We really do need to align with it and just support this particular, this initiative.
Thank you very much, Andere. Let me now cross to the World Bank and nature positive financing. What does it mean for you, and what does it mean for the broader DFI community?
Sure, thanks a lot. I think from the World Bank side, or from, let's say, the MDF side, the conversation has moved on in a way from nature positive to nature finance as a whole, right? And when we talk about nature finance, there is direct linkage to what we call, or what is known as the GBF. This is the Montreal Global Diversity Framework itself. So any financing that goes into that space has to be linked to the goals laid out in the GBF. And at the same time, recognizing that nature finance is not a speciality topic like in the old days used to be gender finance or SME finance. It is sort of a whole of an economy approach where you have the public sector that plays a role, private sector that is here, that plays a role, and domestic and international players. In a way, if you look at the GBF, the framework itself, it's quite clear. It has 4 goals, it has 23 targets that span the whole of economy where nature has a view itself or an influence. At the World Bank, in the last decade or so, they've looked at behind not just pure conservation, to essentially look at do no harm. So there's always been an approach of do no harm to nature. But now we're moved beyond to do no harm and restore itself. And how do we move away from practices that were, let's say, nature negative in the past, right? That includes obviously improved water management. So in the past you would have water management, things that might not be nature, that might be nature negative. So how do you have solutions that are actually improving water management flows? Obviously agriculture, as was mentioned, making it more sustainable. And in a way, I think, especially in a place like East Africa or Kenya, where infrastructure needs are massive in billions, so how do future infrastructure needs are actually based with a nature lens on it, right? It's easier said than done for sure, but I think that's where we are. Then at the same time, from the World Bank side, is how do you work across the number of actors, both in the economy, and we are here for the financial sector, for the right conditions for private investment in nature. That can be, and we'll talk about it later on in terms of what tools can you enable the private sector to come in. Maybe lastly, quickly, there's a couple of methodologies to note. I think that this report is useful and global methodologies are always useful. We have the World Bank has a nature finance tracking methodology. It's public, which tracks the investments across the portfolio, as my friend here was saying right now. Maybe if we have a uniform tracking methodology across all institutions, then it would give it transparency. The IFC has a biodiversity finance reference toolkit that shapes the conversation both at the bank and the IFC and global institutions around biodiversity. And then you would have heard about ICMA, the International Capital Market Association, has a sustainability bonds for nature guide. So in a way, what helps is having a standard across all of these, and I think from the bank side, that's what the direction it's going.
Thank you very much. I want to ask one round of questions, and then I invite questions from the floor. So as I ask this one, please be ready, because we want to make this an interactive engagement. Benson, what does a nature positive, bankable product look like to you?
Doesn't like me. So nature positive bankable products, and I think I will look at it again from the lens of clean cooking. So just allow me to still pivot towards clean cooking. And for the institutions, even just getting a bit closer. When we speak about institutions, I think we're looking at mainly three major categories of institutions. You're either speaking about schools, you're speaking about hospitals, and you're speaking about correctional facilities or prisons. Now, if you look at how much firewood, for example, each of these categories use on an annual basis in terms of cooking, whether, for example, for schools in the morning, lunch, and in the evening, the same case also for hospitals, the same case also for prisons, it's significant amount of firewood. Now, 90%, just to put statistics out there, 90% of schools in Kenya rely on firewood. Every kid requires like 2.5 kilos for secondary school, 2.5 kilos of firewood to cook for them in a day, the breakfast, lunch, and dinner. How much that results in terms of then deforestation is significant. We're speaking about around 9 tons of firewood, 9 tons of firewood per school per year. And we're speaking about 46,000 schools, both primary and secondary schools, yeah? Now extrapolate that figure again to hospitals, extrapolate that figure again to prisons, and then you can be able to see what level of deforestation are we speaking about. Now, flip that again in terms of realization of the national commitments, for example, in terms of climate. The institutional sector contributes around 3 to 6 metric tons of CO2 equivalent every year, and therefore looking at this as a significant opportunity that we can be in a position then to unlock financing and investment for it. The Ministry of Energy last year released the Kenya National Cooking Transition Strategy for 2024 to 2030. Initially it was up to 2028, and they revisited that. How much is required? Around $500 million to then be in a position to achieve universal access to clean cooking. One of the gaps that was identified in that report actually is for institution was not even very well accounted for. Rockefeller Foundation, they did an estimate of how much would be required for institutions in the country, and there's an opportunity of around $350 million for transitioning all the institutions to clean cooking. And therefore then looking at it in terms of nature positive sort of investment. Now that money, it's not going to come from the public coffers. There is going to be a significant opportunity for us to be able to unlock finance and investment, especially from the local financing institutions. I think some of the programs that we've seen in the past, similar programs that are like the Kenya National Cooking Transition Strategy, where the de-risking then is handled very well. Local financing institutions manage to actually unlock around 40% of the total equivalent investment amount. And therefore, looking at 40% of the amount required for the Kenya National Cooking Transition Strategy, you're looking at a significant amount of money that would be coming from our local financing institutions. But again, there are a couple of things. I know KCB, I know Equity Bank, they also have financial products for clean cooking for institutions. But I think in terms of adoption, part of the challenges that we've been hearing from the schools is one in terms of the interest rates. I know for KCB is around 9.5% interest rates. That's still high for schools. The total capex that is required versus how much budget, for example, schools have that they can be able to invest in the capex for these for institutional cooking, again, is not the kind of money that institutions have. So looking at how we can be able to come up with financing products, and I think I want to refer to somebody who spoke in the morning when she was doing the presentation, the presenter. We need to look at how do we blend the right kind of financing that then can be able to unlock investment for these institutions. But of course, again, bearing in mind the challenges that these institutions face. So come up with the right kind of blended financing mechanism that can be able to benefit institutions. I think philanthropic capital can be able to play a major role if it was to collaborate with the local financing institutions. In a way, then we can be able to de-risk. But I also see a significant role of institutions like World Bank and the African Development Bank. How do you collaborate with the local financing institutions to put in some de-risking mechanisms that can then be in a position to give confidence to our local banks to be able to unlock their financing for the institutions?
Very, very important points raised there on what a bankable project looks like, the opportunity for de-risking, and some of the challenges realized. It looks like we'll only be looking at debt here. There is no room for equity, but maybe that's a follow-up question. Let me cross over to Christine here. So there are solutions. And just to piggyback on what he has said, it looks like scalability is a challenge. From your experience, how are you addressing that question of scalability?
I was actually very excited listening to him because I was like, wow, he's laying a fertile ground for me to fly. So anyhow, what I would like to start by saying is that the real value of Biofin's work is unlocking the economic opportunities that exist in nature. So that 100 to 100 billion we are talking about, that is what we are interested in unlocking. And so from a global perspective, we have catalyzed, we have contributed to unlocking $1.6 billion from nature-related opportunities, which is clear evidence that opportunities exist. So what are some of the examples? Because Kenya, we are just beginning on the Biofin journey. But I think we could, it is important to pick up from lessons that other countries that have done or implemented. And we see what is it that we can borrow from that or pick from that and scale and adapt to our country or to our economic situation. Closer home, I'll start with Zambia, has created an opportunity for the banking sector to be able to design products that are aligned to ecosystem restoration and that are suitable or aligned to what the farmers are doing. The other one I would like to talk about is around sustainability-linked loans. I'll speak to Grupo Bancolombia. This is a bank in Colombia that has actually designed sustainability-linked loans for farmers who are contributing to reducing deforestation and improving soil health. So these things are being done. They're practical and they're happening. So just let's imagine a farmer in Kericho whom we are telling that we could actually, we have a product for you that is as a lower interest rate than the market rate on condition that we expect that maybe certain pesticides are not used because they are contributing to loss of pollinators, or even the water usage for an avocado farmer. You reduce your water usage. What are the mechanisms you can put in place? And what are some of these products that we can design to help you acquire the mechanisms to be able to reduce your water usage? What are some of the components of fertilizers that you need to use to improve your soil health? And how can we facilitate, or what are the products that we can design to facilitate this process? So these are things that are already happening. We just need to contextualize them. Moving on to the tourism side, not just agriculture, we have conservancies. And some of these conservancies have ecotourism lodges. And one of the selling points for these ecotourism lodges is their strong capacity to be nature positive, if I can use that term. So they are contributing to nature positively. What products have we designed for them? Or are we still working with the traditional products, walk in, and what you find on the menu is what you ate? That would be my take for the day.
Thank you. Thank you, Kristen, for that very powerful submission there. Dorothy, it looks like the consensus here is that the solutions we curate around nature-positive financing must have a blended finance element. Do you share the view?
I share the view, and that is the core of what we do as FSD Africa and the African Natural Capital Alliance. And you know, just listening to Christine, there's a component that we need to look at in terms of, and I always misuse this word, but I have to use it, an ecosystem approach. You know, when you talk about ecosystems to nature people, it means something totally different. But I want to pick 5 things that really relate to how we are using a number of pillars to drive into that blended finance component. So the very first one, and I have very few minutes, is policy and regulatory support. So as FSD Africa, as Anchor, we have been working with regulators because we do realize that standards and frameworks are conversation starters. We launched the TNFD, and Rosalind is here. I think she was seated somewhere here. We launched the TNFD in this very room about 2 years ago. I remember that time with Kenya Bankers Association. During that time, our biggest plea was, guys, you need to come to the table. This place, Africa relies on nature, Kenya relies on nature, and there are vast opportunities. At that time, we only had around 4 early adopters, right? But I can tell you, as we speak today, we have 21, quite a number of institutions who have gone through their adoption journey. 21 financial institutions that we have supported directly. But why do I say this? It's important what we talked about when we talked about the ISPAC and the frameworks piece. We have very strong commitment from the IFRS Foundation that the next standards they're going to look at are nature-related standards, and it will draw from the TNFD, just as S1 and S2 have drawn from TCFD. But the most important thing, those institutions who are here, and maybe I should name them, KCB, Equity Bank, ICA Lion. These institutions have gone through the TNFD piloting process. It will be very easy for them to move on into the next stage. And again, these institutions have also looked at nature from an opportunities perspective. Across the continent, the institutions that we have been able to support, I can proudly say, and you talked about 2 of them, but I can proudly say, even in South Africa, they're issuing species bonds. They're issuing a lion bond. The number of bonds that we have supported from a sustainability point of view as FSD Africa, actually 21 sustainability-linked bonds. And that speaks to the opportunities. Then I move on to the second piece, capacity building. I've talked about the TNFD piloting journey. The funding and support is available. We just need you guys to come to the table when we call upon a whole year journey where we can support you on TNFD. But more importantly, at individual level, we also have opportunities to support CEOs, CROs, Chief Sustainability Officers on what you call an Anchor Fellowship, a 1-year program which we will be releasing the second cohort in around a month. We take you to the University of Oxford, but we start with the Africa piece. So we start with an African university, a modular program, so you will still be working, but essentially, we take you to understand the local perspective, the local opportunities, link it to the global perspectives, gets to see what we can borrow with pride, and then more importantly, support you in developing pipeline, which takes me back to the third point that I think, Julian, you've just mentioned, how to link everything that we are doing with pipeline. Bankers here will not invest in something that is not, you call it bankable or investable. They will not. No matter how many TNFD sessions we run, they will not. And so, and when we connect and when we support the anchor members who are part of, the banking institutions we work with, they keep saying there is no pipeline. The pipelines, they don't know where these pipelines sit. And so what have we done? There are numerous accelerators that have been set up, including by ourselves. We have a carbon accelerator which is supporting projects. Very soon, these projects will be available to you. We support them into financial close. We have a Nature First accelerator, which is for pure nature projects. Why? Because naturally, nature has been funded by public finance and donors, of course. And you know that is now fully shrinking. And then the last piece that I want to talk about is a blended financing piece, setting up the funds that Christine has talked about. So we have a number of funds available. We have an SME debt fund. We also are setting up a fund, a de-risking facility that will allow you as financial institutions to provide longer tenure loans, to provide loans to regenerative agricultural schemes, commercial forestry schemes, because in Kenya, these are the ones that are seen to be a bit more bankable or a bit more investable. And then also providing fast loss or guarantees, so that you as an institution can actually come to the table and actually invest in these projects as our little way of saying we need to actually move the needle. But we need our role in terms of the de-risking part, but we also need the projects to be bankable and investable, and we need financial institutions at the table.
Very spot on points there, Dorothy. A quick question follow-up there would have been, this question keeps on being asked. Do we have a pipeline problem? Do we have a structuring problem? And that is normally because of the fundamental question around the ticket size that normally comes into the conversation. But let me go over to Kennedy. What financial instruments or innovations can make agriculture both profitable and biodiversity friendly?
Yeah, thank you, Julian. I think my colleagues have talked so much on blended finance, so I don't want to repeat so much. But I think for me, where we see it is that blended finance has been spoken a lot, and I think it's still a challenge with the financial institution. When we are doing this assessment, one of the things that came out quite clearly is that financial institutions are not just looking at technical assistance, but they also would like support in terms of financial assistance so that they can be able to access these blended finance mechanisms that seemingly it says that these funds, but financial institutions are not able to access it. So I think blended finance is one of them. But I think from JZ and specifically from our project, I would like to talk about payment for ecosystem services and more so look at it more as a result-based financing, whereby we encourage farmers to do some good agricultural practices. It could be soil health, it could be sustainable land management, and then farmers are paid for these services. So what we notice is that farmers generally provide these services, but they do not get a benefit from them. So why don't we go ahead and pay them for these services that they're providing? So you can always look at it as more as a payment for ecosystem services or as a farmer being paid as a result of doing a good practice. So those are some of the things that currently at our project we are working on, and we'll be launching this component towards the end of this year, and implementation will be done next year. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kennedy. Elvis, now that you're on the standard side and we keep on referring to TNFD here, Is TNFD IFRS S3 in waiting? And that question is looming large as we have these conversations around where the standards are going. Is TNFD IFRS S3 in waiting?
I plead the fifth. What I can say is the project is definitely ongoing, as I mentioned earlier, and maybe just to also paint a picture on why it's crucial to have all the stakeholders in the room together, is because, as I mentioned earlier, I don't know if it's a problem or the advantage, it depends on who is looking at it, of IFRS standards is that they're very investor focused. So when you are coming to an investor to give them decision useful information, it needs to make sense for them. So the challenge has always been, nature seems so far removed from, when you're telling an investor, we have lost 10% of biodiversity. What does that look like for someone who wants to give you money? So this entire project that is currently ongoing by the IFRS Foundation is to sort of see, are there touch points that are decision useful for the owners of capital, so that then, if they are, then those things will be reported in sustainability reports, in integrated reports, and then would inform how capital would flow. So I was happy when I had Dorothy and Christine talk about some of the initiatives that they're doing. And now that Christine is also here, I wrote a proposal to her to give me money. I'm still waiting. But one of the ways we are trying to incentivize TNFD is actually through something we call the Financial Reporting Awards. It's an awards that we normally have every year. And we basically ask entities, we do a call for entries, and we ask all entities to give us their reports, and we review them based on the frameworks that have been set out. And so we award excellence in reporting. And so TNFD is one of the things that hopefully with the high-level partners that are seated on this panel, I can be able to unlock, and also, of course, the early adopters that are 18 in number? Dorothy, you said 18, 21.
21
who have gone through the phase can start reporting. And so once we subject them to the evaluation process, we can be able to start hopefully seeing more people adopting that. Right. So the short answer is yes and no.
Okay. Thank you. Abundance of question there. Let me cross over to Anne, and I have two questions to go, then I throw it to you, so be ready with your questions. Anne, how is NCBA embedding nature-positive financing into your day-to-day lending activity?
Okay, so let me first of all start by conceding that we are on the ground floor of this engagement. And for us, the nature positive conversation is a development of what has been happening with the climate conversation. Like I said, the nexus between the two cannot be disputed. I did indicate in my earlier response that over 30% of our corporate book as of last year was dependent on nature. So really, it's, let me use this phrase liberally, it's a function of common sense to just do the right thing, because we've seen what happens when nature is under distress. I did mention that we are a water insecure country, and some of our biggest clients in the manufacturing book are heavily dependent on water. If you look at those in the beverages section, agriculture, and if you also look at the paper manufacturing, and energy as well. That's another space that we normally leave out. But having said that, number one, I want to first of all say I'm so excited about what Dorothy has spoken about. There's some really good stuff that FSD Africa is doing on that front that we'll really be touching base on. Having said that, we've entered into a partnership with KBA. We are one of two banks that have also been selected to undergo a nature positive pilot phase, a separate pilot, to review our pipeline, to conduct a gap analysis. And I think this is important because currently we finance nature by, we do a lot of financing of nature, but I wouldn't say it's intentional as we speak. But number two, we are also doing a lot of citizenship investments. As a bank, we have committed to grow 10 million trees by 2030. We have established a 1 million tree nursery in Karura, where we grow indigenous seedlings that we distribute as part of our projects and as part of our tree growing initiative. But moving away from that now is looking at the investment side of things. How do we really reinforce this? Having said that, we entered into a partnership with the water.org, and we've developed water solutions. And so now we are supporting companies in the water space with financial solutions. And I think I've had a conversation that has been repeated here quite a bit, which is about the novelty of sustainable finance solutions. We cannot approach, for example, solar financing or clean cooking or e-mobility, for example, using vanilla solutions. It won't work. And the reason why it won't work is, number one, the risk element. There's a lot of grayness and newness and untestedness of these spaces that make them very high risk, which also makes the guarantee facilities quite attractive. But, so we are designing solutions a bit differently. Even our solar financing solution is designed out of the box. It's not a typical vanilla solution, because if you go out there and you're asking a client, the typical way is to go and ask a client to give you a security. So, well, we can still ask businesses to give us like security for land and so on and so forth, but sometimes this security is overcommitted. So how do we do these things differently? And we are actually making it. It's a journey, I'll have to say, and I believe I speak for most of the sector when I say it's a journey, but there's quite a bit of work that's going on in that space.
Thank you, Anne. Let's listen now from the World Bank. And the question is, what financing models or policy approaches are most promising in driving nature-positive outcomes in East Africa?
So I'll just do what the World Bank does best, is combine what everybody else has said, because we learn from everybody else. So in a way, I would say you can lump it into three buckets. I think it's a combination of what everybody else has said. A, we have to reward conservation outcomes. B is de-risking lending. And C, embed nature-based decision-making considerations into decision-making. So let's break it down. I think some of the things have been said. Looking at outcome-based financing, which of sustainability linked was mentioned right now. We're working in Kenya right now on a sovereign sustainability linked loan with deforestation as a KPI. Cote d'Ivoire recently issued its first ever sustainability linked loan, which was backed by a bank, World Bank Security. In that case, it was sustainability based on children going to school. The Rhino bond, just like the Lion bond was mentioned, but also just to be very frank, that there is a lot of MRV, monitoring, reporting, verification that needs to be built in. It is critical, it is complex to do, and in a way, in an ideal world, Dorothy should not be saying that we have supported 21. She should be saying, I can't even count how many I've supported, because they should be not sexy, they should be run-of-the-mill, right? That's where on outcome financing comes in. Second, de-risking. You have Mexico is a great example. You have FIRA, which is the guarantee agency there right now. Essentially, if you are a normal agriculture farmer, you get 40% guarantee. If you are using sustainability water practices, you get 70% guarantee. So in a way, encouraging, that's where the incentives play in. And lastly, on policy and supervision support itself. We are in Kenya. The central bank issued recently the climate risk guidance note and green taxonomy, a very, very positive and welcome step itself. If you look globally, you have in Brazil the Credit Bureau, and the rural areas that connects the credit data to environmental agencies. I think, and maybe it's not a World Bank position, maybe it's my position, I do feel, there's a lot of learning from a South-South, and especially when it comes to climate or carbon markets or standard setting, it is easier to understand what's happening in Brazil and Mexico's of the world versus going to Germany. And the last part, and we have a friend from IFRS and standard setting. When it comes to nature solutions, and carbon market is a prime example, to verify a carbon credit, the value chain is still very much non-African. You have to have somebody from Germany to fly in. Do we actually need that? It's not that complex. It's basic. It's like accounting, which used to be complex maybe in the past, but now it's basic. And then maybe lastly, in all of this, and we are in Kenya, so in a way, looking at more and more digital solutions, AI tools to kind of make sure that we build the frontier, right? Like what happens in a market that's less regulated, you can maybe innovate more. So a combination of that. Thanks.
Thank you. We have 20 minutes, and I would like to invite questions or any thoughts from the floor. So you shoot up your hand, introduce yourself, to which institution you're affiliated, and you ask your question. Any takers? This is interesting. Let me cross over to this side.
Testing, testing.
All right.
Okay, my name is Michael Chomba. I'm a director at Grant Thornton. We are an accounting and consulting outfit in East Africa. Maybe just to answer your question, my thoughts, yeah, about do we have a pipeline or structuring problem? It's neither. My perspective, we have a communication problem. Yeah. Earlier today at around, was it 9:05? We had a blackout. Yeah. If you look at Kenya, our energy source, majority is from renewables. Renewables are nature, right? So when it comes to renewable energy, is it not a nature investment for the banks? Yeah, so it's more of a communication problem. Opportunities are there, just how to link the dots. Because I think if we don't move from, and pardon the conservation groups in the room, from when you talk about nature, people think about Masai Mara, to when you speak about nature, think about electricity access, and you know what you basically need, then we're not going to move the needle when it comes to scaling up nature finance. Thank you.
So we have a communication problem. Good point there. Let's hear from this gentleman. Please introduce yourself.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. So my name is Geoffrey Nyamao from Aseli, Africa. My question, is directed to the World Bank. From a DFI, perspective, I like the fact that in the room there's general consensus that it's important that we focus on nature, positive financing. So practically, how do we accelerate, crowding in of the private sector to support these critical sectors that we have identified, agriculture, and particularly regenerative agriculture, looking at manufacturing? How do we practically do that? And some of them have considered that they're on the ground floor. How do we get them to the third floor? Any quick wins, from the development finance perspective? Thank you.
Any other before I invite response? Let me take. Oh, all right. Let me start here, then I come there.
Hi, my name is Karen, and I work at Kanzuki. I'm a regenerative farmer. So you may be aware that regenerative agriculture has a transition cost. We invest so much in ecosystems and the soils that our yields are coming greater later. So my question is, we think that the only way to develop large-scale, big projects like that is grants and then commercial investment. So has any of you seen really like these type of instruments being developed where you have grants to support the farmers to get to that point of profitability, then having the right of like equity or debt to come in? It would be really interesting to hear if you've seen these instruments being put in place or if you're wishing to have some in place.
It's a very good question.
Hello, my name is Mantui from Diamond Trust Bank, and I think my question is related. A lot of the progress being made is from the push in the financial industry. So you see KGFT is out, and banks are caring about this, but shouldn't also the drive come from industry itself? So as manufacturing, they're the ones pushing, they're the ones to come and say, we actually need these energy efficient equipment, we need these nature-based solutions, because it's harder to sell from the financials point of view. So how is there work in that space so that it's specific industry led and then we support as opposed to the other way around?
Thank you. Let's respond to that. Let me start with the World Bank. There was a very direct question there. There was a comment that came from here. We have a communication problem. I'd like to hear what you think. The question here around the contour, right, from the patient capital to going to market, are we structuring anything around that? And shouldn't this be an industry-led effort and not a funding side-led effort?
No, thank you. Fully agree. I think the role of the DFI, you know, if they are serious about nature financing, you know, has to shift. And you see that shifting in a couple of projects that have been coming, right? In the past, you would do an SME guarantee fund, you would do an SME line of credit, which is usually cheaper than the market. And now, essentially, the pressure is to make it a bit more climate friendly. I think what can happen really from the industry side is to be a bit more vocal of the solutions that can maximize financing coming from the private sector. I mean, guarantee mechanisms are mentioned a lot, but in a way, in a risk-sharing facility is some of them work very well, most of them don't. So they are, again, complex, right? So again, from the market saying, how can a risk-sharing mechanism be simpler done? Because from a DFI world, you know, they need a few things. They need projects that disperse quickly. That's where risk-sharing comes in. And they obviously need outcomes. So in a way, good monitoring helps. But the needle is a bit changing. And then maybe quickly on the regenerative example, right? And I would say, I guess, the reverse thinking is, in the longer run, are we seeing, or you are the expert, regenerative farming as a very profitable business or not, right? So if it is, then I would think of it not in a nice, cozy nature way, but more as a business opportunity. And you have, you know, the famous value of death, where you have new innovations coming in. You have angel investors, you have grant financing, and then they kind of grow to seed financing, Series A, and commercial lending, right? And that helps in a way make the storyline. And for example, in Kenya, the World Bank has projects that gives grants for new innovations, and a number of other DFIs do it. So in a way, thinking of it as an innovative thing that can actually be a business maker, you know, might be something to showcase also. But I'll let us.
Anne?
So I want to respond to the question from Antui, and I want to merge it with the issue around communication. I think the conversation, the reason why banks are the natural focal point when you're pushing this agenda and many others is because almost all businesses, if not all, will require banking services at some point or the other. So if you really want to move and to create a substantive change with minimal effort, and I don't mean minimal effort here dismissively, you capture the banking sector and the rest of the world will follow. Because like right now, courtesy of KGFT, the Kenya Green Finance Taxonomy, for example, for green assets, companies will now be required, even SMEs in the coming years, will be required, for example, to do carbon accounting. Absent policy, it becomes very difficult. It's easier then to capture the industry through the banking sector. So now if I flip that, I will say the industry is actually being pushed. And if you look especially at companies that trade or do business, especially with the EU, we currently have the EUDR regulations around coffee, and they have 6 other sectors. So what we find, and I think I'll throw it two-pronged. Thing number one is, on our end as banks, it behooves us to identify within our value chain with our understanding of what sustainability is. And this is where I bring in the conversation around being a communication problem. The problem with sustainability is that the experts tend to speak in an echo chamber. So we'll speak big terms. We are speaking KGFT, we'll throw out greenhouse gas emissions, we'll throw out taxonomies, and we speak all these things that people can't touch and can't feel. Then we get surprised that, for example, the C-suite and the board are not aligning with us, and the rest of the business is not aligning with us. I like how you've brought it. Nature financing is energy. sustainability and sustainability-linked financing is to identify and say, even in the agricultural space, for example, and in the coffee sector, and EUDR is coming into your space, you're required to do certain things. Are you, first of all, familiar with what you need to do? The likelihood that your client may not be fully apprised of what they need to do because, number one, unlike the banking sector where the regulator requires us to have a sustainability unit, the rest of the business world is not required to have a sustainability unit. And even when they do, they tend not to be as regulated as we are. The regulations in the banking sector are making us head and shoulders above most of our peers. When you look, if you sit with your peers in most of these sectors, but those who probably work in spaces or companies that, you know, have linkages to the EU, have linkages to China and such, the rest of us are really, we really have technical capacity and expertise that goes above, beyond most industries. I speak from experience when I say we've sat with clients and we've engaged with them and we've told them, we've looked at your operations. We think by embracing sustainable energy and by embracing water recycling that you could have better costs for your operations. What do businesses want? All they want is, can this solution you're offering them make business sense? It is great for us to fight for the planet. It is important for us to fight for the planet, but it is not the only offer that we have to put on the table. So craft solutions that will enable your customers to have more in their pockets, demonstrate to them that this is possible, that you can reduce their costs, increase their revenues, and I tell you, they will come to the party. But Mantui, I think in answer to you, it's happening both ways. It's happening from the banking side, but it's also happening from the regulatory side. If I can close with Rwanda, if you look at the e-mobility conversation in Rwanda, it's now in force. So companies, public transport, folks in the public transport sector have to forcefully and by dint of regulatory fiat transition to e-mobility. That's a business opportunity.
Thank you, Anne. Dorothy, you had a point to make?
Yes, a couple. Let me start with the very good question on the question on supply. I think where the push should come from. I want to mention we have been running what you call CEO roundtables. And what we do is we bring CEOs who are from the real economy, we bring CEOs from financial services, we bring a couple of development sector experts, and we have a very intimate session where we speak about the issue on nature, the challenges, and the opportunities. The point that you have brought out has come very, very strongly. So one of the CEO roundtables that we hosted in the month, maybe around 2 months ago, and I won't name the organizations because it was under Chatham House rules, but one of those organizations spoke very, very candidly to a large financial institution that was in the room. And they said, look, we are a dairy farm. We fully appreciate the need to actually incorporate regenerative practices through what we're doing. We have come to you and said, we want to build a silage facility. But what you have done, because one thing that they indicated is that most of the animal feed that we get in this country, we get it from Uganda. And the animal feed has aflatoxin. And what that means, I mean, it was a very interesting thing to learn, is that that's why many of us are becoming more lactose intolerant when we take this kind of milk. And so for them, they were looking at it in two aspects. How do we ensure they have quality? How do they ensure they have quality? But also you do know that the practices also ensure that there are carbon aspects that are related to that. And so they wanted to set up this silage facility to make the silage and sell this silage to farmers, and then these farmers, they would be sure of what they're bringing to the market. And so they went to a big bank, and the bank said, look, we don't have money for regenerative agriculture, all these things you're saying. What we have money for is renewable energy and e-mobility. And I think I can see some of you nodding. Those are the lines that you know about, and those are the lines that you possibly have some concessional ability to provide some concessional funding on. But when it comes to core nature, those lines are not there. And so the question in that room was, so what needs to be done? And that is a perfect example where the push is coming from the real economy sector. But there's also a very good opportunity that we are seeing. I'm so glad you mentioned EUDR, because what is happening is all these global companies need to de-risk their supply chains. They get this supply chain, cocoa, they get this, if you look at Nestle, Unilever, Diageo, they get their products, raw materials from Africa. And they have strict regulations in terms of ensuring that certain mechanisms have been put in place. What does that do? That means, as a farmer, I actually then need to figure out how to be part of that supply chain. I need to comply with certain things. And therein lies a question, how do we support this organization, these farmers, these small and medium enterprises, for example, even on TNFD, because they're supposed to report on certain things. They're supposed to explain their carbon, the carbon values. They're not able to. And so it moves in this particular case in the fact that we are then able to link the global supply chain requirements into creating new opportunities, but then the banks and financial institutions need to help solve that challenge. Then the last piece, I really liked the aspect on communication. When you talk about renewable energy in Kenya, we have set up Africa's first geothermal underwriting facility. Why is that the case? We did, as FSD, realize that Kenya has the largest geothermal capacity, as you'd know, right? And we have a lot that we can do. However, investors are not coming. Why? Because the risk of trying to drill and not getting what you're looking for is so high. And so we set up a geothermal underwriting facility to support investors to do what you call early stage exploration. So we brought in financial institutions. I can name a few of them. ICL, I think, is leading that particular facility, and a few others. And we brought in these underwriters, and we told them, look, we are going to provide a de-risking facility. When these guys explore, investors, they explore and they don't find the geothermal, the gases that they're looking for, the insurers are able to reimburse. It's just a typical, very simple insurance structure. But what does that mean? That means that we are going to see, and we're already seeing, I think there's one that has been closed, we're already seeing new investors coming in, and we are also it also means we don't necessarily have to rely on public finance for this type of schemes.
Thank you, Dorothy. Friends, we are out of time. I want to shoot one online question to World Bank, and then I invite my panelists to quickly give their closing remarks. So we shall start from here, just 30 seconds each if you can. And World Bank, as you give your closing remarks, there's a question around just what exactly are you working with Kenya on the sovereign sustainability-linked bond, and clarify on how it is linked to afforestation. So let's start with closing thoughts here, then as you give yours, you respond.
Yeah, I think I'll keep it very brief. What is emerging for me here is the opportunity for partnership. So I think in terms of figures and everything, the numbers are already out there. But I think then exploring these opportunities, I think for me, the core thing is how do you build sustainable partnerships? There's somebody who was asking about the opportunity for philanthropic capital, for example, to start building the pipeline. Before then, we can be able to demonstrate the opportunity for commercial investment. I think for me, that brings out how we need to map out all the different stakeholders, or all the different partners, and also including, for example, in terms of policy development. So it's not about one institution. It's not about one stakeholder. I think it's how we can be able to bring all our heads together. Number two, I think there's opportunity for innovation. If we are speaking about all these blending finance, whether you're looking at also unlocking carbon finance, for example, which I think is a strategic opportunity, how do we innovatively design something that then can be in a position to unlock the kind of investment needed?
Thank you. Christian, 30 seconds.
Thank you. Two things, or maybe three. The first one is a call to Raymond. 153 billion, fantastic, celebratory. Maybe next time when we are here speaking about nature, we will have a breakdown of how many of those SMEs are nature focused and how many are non-nature focused. That's a challenge to the industry. Secondly, Biofin looks at three things: systemic influence, implementation of finance solutions, biodiversity finance solutions, and capacity building. And listening to the questions and the discussions in this room, they are around that. On the systemic influence, bringing the different stakeholders together, that is what we are doing in the process of developing the biodiversity finance plan. And KBA is part of that process. On the implementation of finance solution, biodiversity finance solutions, which is what Karen was asking about, the Biofin catalog has over 150 biodiversity finance solutions globally. And one of the key or common aspect across all the solutions is that there is philanthropic funding in it before the commercial funding can kick in. And this is different countries globally, so it is picking out what suits you best within your economic environment. And thirdly, and lastly, there were three. Capacity building. As night follows day or day follows night, it is almost evident that TNFD is coming as maybe regulatory. Maybe, I used maybe. And looking at some countries that have already incorporated nature-related risks in their prudential guidelines. In Africa, we have Morocco, they're the first. Then we also have Singapore and Brazil. So there is already some indication that's happening. And so what then this means, and the question we might want to start asking ourselves, are we going to wait until when it becomes mandatory, or are we going to start preparing ourselves as an industry to look at quote-unquote self-regulatory components that we can start adopting before the pressure kicks in? Thank you.
Christine, I'm sure your last point is music to Elvis's ears, but let me come first to Dorothy Maseke for our closing thoughts.
Very quickly, I'm speaking to financial institutions who are accountable to their shareholders, who are accountable to boards, who are not looking at this topic as a fluffy, nice thing. They may understand, appreciate it, but if it doesn't make commercial sense, we are all just speaking, right? And so for me, and that is our goal as Anchor, is to figure out how to make nature, put nature on the balance sheet of institutions and make it an investable class, asset class. And that can only be done by each of us on the policy piece, which is so critical, on the regulatory piece, which is so critical, on the pipeline piece, which is possibly one of the very important ones. The projects need to be investable. They need to reach financial close. And only through that will we be able to actually move into what we're saying is nature-positive financing.
Thank you, Dorothy. Kennedy.
Yes, it will be under 1 minute. Yeah, so for me, when we come to this kind of meeting, there's always a tendency to push everything to the government and to the central bank. Of course, the regulatory environment needs to enable the private sector to thrive. So issues of tax, incentives, and subsidy, they have to be done by the government, and also the central bank providing some prudential guidelines. But I think I want to challenge the financial sector because we can't always wait for the government. So my proposition is that can the financial institutions start tagging nature-related projects that they are doing? Yeah, so it might not cost a lot, and I know there could be some system issues, but if we are able to incorporate nature projects already in the things that we are doing, then it can make a difference, because the issue is that when an international funder is coming and he wants to know how much have you funded in nature positive, the challenge then of data issues arise. So my challenge is that even as we wait for other things to be done, can we also start in-house to do the right thing? Thank you.
Thank you. Elvis.
I think for me, the takeaway really is, the dilemma for banks is, do you stop lending to industries that are not nature positive, meaning they're negative? Or do you walk that journey with your clients and provide them that transition finance to enable them to either become neutral or get them to nature positive finally? So once, as a banking institution, then you agree on the direction of that you want to go with that, then it will be easier for you. And finally, on what Christine has mentioned on TNFD and it becoming mandatory, it will become mandatory. If not tomorrow, it's the next day after tomorrow. So I guess it's always easy to it's always advisable to start early, but I also have to look at the preparers and think there's a lot of reporting fatigue that is in the market. Right now we are asking a lot of entities to prepare S1, S2 compliant reports from 2027. So we need to also be very pragmatic with how we are bringing new reporting frameworks into the market. I am totally supportive of all the discussions we had in this room today, but we also need to think about all the people in that value chain as well.
Thank you. Anne?
I think for me, any businesses must be cognizant of the risks that encompass them 360 degrees and the opportunities 360 degrees. And it therefore follows that we've just spoken about nature contributing 42% or more to our GDP, and we've seen what also it contributes to our books. It goes without saying that this is a big deal and we must be exercised of it. I think I'll go back to the point of the communication issue, is breaking it down, and Dorothy keeps talking about it, and I think it's important that it comes to the table, that the commercial viability of the projects that are brought to the table, crafting the right solutions, being cognizant of the fact that we will have to think outside the box, and then critically thinking about so crafting solutions that requires to think outside the box, and then being cognizant of the fact that everything is interconnected and is intertwined. So climate, nature are all intertwined, and ultimately the outcome of our financial outcomes are also intertwined. So for us, we are saying that we are aligned to this conversation, and I think I hear you, Elvis, when you talk about fatigue from a perspective of disclosure. There is disclosure fatigue, but I think I will close it by saying, make it make business sense, make it bankable for us, make it, and then just closing with one thing. There's a notion that there's a lot of concessional funding and financing out there. Actually, that's not necessarily the case. So some of these solutions we offer, from whether nature, climate, whatever, we are offering them at risk-based or commercial terms. So it follows that we will still have to subject these solutions to the requisite rigor and even extra rigor, given the novelty of the same. But in closing, I think it is imperative for all of us to understand and appreciate it is a communication issue that really needs to be broken down. Let's communicate to everybody in a language that they can understand. Let's map out those opportunities, and then let the different players identify what's relevant to them.
Thank you. Let's listen to the World Bank, and please remember the question raised.
Following the Nairobi Africa Climate Summit and the declaration, Kenya had been working on coming up with a sustainability-linked framework through which they could do an issuance. Essentially, Chile, Uruguay, and lastly Thailand, as of last month, were 3 sovereigns that have done it. So the World Bank has been helping them develop that framework with the KPI on deforestation and enhancing rural access to electricity. The framework right now is more or less complete. It goes for something called second-party opinion, where you have an outside rating agency that rates it, and then it gets released for public views and also cabinet approval. We expect this to happen sometime before the end of the year, and then it details the KPIs on deforestation and then rates them in a way, and I think that school example was very good, in a way what policy the government is itself taking that will actually impact deforestation. Then lastly, just wrapping up, and it's mentioning, is data. So when banks are able to take a risk on, for example, you have, agriculture. A number of agriculture is concentrated in 10 counties. 5 counties present around 10% of the GDP of agriculture, and a number of them are not in protected areas. A number of them are exposed to for flooding risk. So when you take that into account into making a business decision, in a way, in a roundabout way, you can also tackle corruption. So for example, if you are giving a loan to a factory that's in a flooding zone, but they got a permit because they knew somebody, but if you got that data that it's in a flooding zone, you would actually not give them a permit, regardless of the collateral. So in a way, if you having that data there helps take care of a few other things also.
Thank you very much.
For FIs in the room, please, on regulatory fatigue, if you've done TCFD, TNFD is a walkover. It's a walkover. And there are so many opportunities. UNDP Biofin is training. We are training on TNFD. We can support you. You don't need to pay, sorry, a consultant is in the room. You don't need to pay $30,000 or $40,000. We are here to support you. Please come. We are looking for you guys.
Thank you. Let's appreciate this panel for their insights. I'll ask you to rise to your feet for a quick photo, then I will usher you back to your seats. My photographer, are we around? Yes, please, make your way here. Let's capture that moment, and then we transition to the next agenda item. It's getting here shortly. Wonderful, there we are. All right, let's capture that. Are we good? Thank you very much. And also thank you to all the questions which were fielded, quite insightful and illuminating. Sorry. So that was our panel discussion on nature positive financing. We have covered a raft of issues, including standards, trends in the market, the sort of pipelines we should be building, and the opportunities. We've been told there is a communication challenge. Over 90% of Kenya's grid is from renewable sources. Can that and should that be deemed as an avenue for nature positive financing? As we clear up the stage, next on stage we shall have a presentation from Madam Catherine Mungai from IUCN, Climate Change and Biodiversity Senior Officer. And that will be focusing on BioDev 2030's Bankable Biodiversity Project and sectoral alignment with Kenya's agenda, as well as the Kunming Montreal GBF. So that presentation will take us for about 20 or so minutes, and then we shall transition on to the last segment just before we take our lunch break. Catherine Mungai, are you with us in the house? Yes. Oh, you need the lectern? Oh, you don't? Oh, there's a tech team at the back. Are we expecting a video or? Oh, I'm sorry. Are we ready with the video? Yes, it looks like we are. So let's just take a moment to catch a glimpse.
Our planet, our home, thrives on this delicate balance, a rich web of life. For communities across the globe, and here in the heart of Kenya, biodiversity is not just scenery. It's the very foundation of livelihoods, culture, and sustainable development.
The BioDev 2030 project seeks to integrate biodiversity issues into economic development. And we do this by looking at the threats to biodiversity without us taking care of different aspects of biodiversity. We'll not even be able to resolve issues such as climate change.
Indeed, this crucial balance is under threat. Implemented by the International Union for Conservation of Nature, IUCN, in Kenya, the BioDev 2030 project is an initiative driven by a global commitment and is working to change that. Its goal is ambitious yet crucial to reduce biodiversity loss by 2030 and encourage resilient economies in harmony with nature. Kajiado County, a land of breathtaking beauty and vibrant Ma culture, stands at a crossroads. It's a region where unique wildlife and traditional livestock herding have coexisted for generations. Yet, Kajiado faces mounting pressures. Droughts escalate human-wildlife conflict in critical wildlife corridors, where both communities and wildlife suffer. Deforestation for charcoal further degrades the land, destroying habitats and accelerating degradation. Worse yet, weeds like Ipomea spread quickly, choking out local vegetation, disrupting ecosystem dynamics, reducing biodiversity, and diminishing available forage. The voices of Kajiado are essential to finding solutions. We hear from men, women, and youth alongside project leaders as they share their experiences and hopes for a sustainable future. At the Kikesen River Conservancy, communities are on the front line. Community leaders explain how they directly observe environmental changes and actively work to combat threats, striving to coexist with wildlife.
The climate change have really affected us. So ndio maana community wakakuja pamoja wakasema let's conserve this environment. Tukiconserve ile tuko nayo naturally, then hiyo kiangazi itarudi vile imetu affect.
Community action shines in Iloirero. Facing invasive Ipomea, 70 determined women, with support from the Africa Conservation Center, cleared the plants and started a thriving grass seed bank.
Hii shamba ilikuwa mbaya sana. Juu hakukuwa na nyasi, kulikuwa na hii ya Ipomea. Hakuna hata mahali mbuzi ilikuwa inakula, ilikuwa msitu mbaya sana.
Further south, Matonyok, meaning let's try in Ma, pioneers sustainable agroforestry. We learn from community members and project leads how they restore landscapes and improve food security.
Kawa hii ya Ngumi ilikuwa mahali imekauka sana. Ile mafunzo ambayo tulikuwa tumepelekwa, tumeona faida kubwa sana. Sababu ndio tumekuja kubadilisha mazingira. Na sio mimi tu peke yangu. Pia niko na kamati yangu. Tukasema tunaenda mbele, tunasonga mbele ya maisha ya kesho.
At Kuku Group Ranch, Just Dig It's Earth Smiles demonstrate the power of simple solutions. These crescent-shaped bunds capture precious rainwater, and barren land now sprouts fresh grass, restoring a critical wildlife corridor.
These areas, before intervention like this are done, we must involve the community that we need to give this area a minimum of 3 years to at least get time to regenerate. When an area is left undisturbed, the lot of wildlife will be coming in slowly by slowly.
Phase 1 of BioDev 2030 identified the critical challenges facing biodiversity in the landscape, as well as potential actions to restore biodiversity through voluntary commitments. Now, Phase 2 builds on those lessons, advocating for policy reforms and mobilizing resources for nature-positive solutions.
Every step of the way, we need to ensure that we are working with the government, and apart from that, we are enabling the communities themselves to set up structures that are going to enable them continue to implement the solutions that have been developed together.
The journey towards a sustainable future is a collective one. In Kajiado, the commitment to live in harmony with nature is not just a dream, but a reality taking root, promising a healthier planet and prosperous communities for generations to come.
Thank you. Catherine, the floor is yours.
Okay, hi everyone. I think it's still. All right, thanks everyone. I hope you've enjoyed the video. I think we were just trying to shift gears. We've been talking really at a very high level, very, kind of theoretical level. But then we thought if we start with a video to just show the reality on the ground, it also sets the scene, but also it's a way to save like 10 minutes when you're shy. So when you watch the video, I've introduced myself, I've set the scene, so now I can just jump in and speak. So yes, so I'm Catherine Mungai, I work at IUCN, and I'm leading the implementation of the BioDev 2030 project that has already been introduced in the video, and today I'll just be sharing an opportunity because I've heard everyone talking about where are these opportunities. So allow me to take this. I know my boss earlier plugged in the Congress. Now I'm plugging in a nature-based bankable project that I'm hoping we can be able to talk with some partners like Christine here, who is looking for pipeline. I know World Bank is here. So allow me to plug in an opportunity. So anyway, let me be serious. So the BioDev, the BioDev 2030 project, as you can see, is implemented by the French Embassy, and we are being coordinated by Expertise France. It's been implemented by IUCN and WWF, who are also in the room. It's a project that is being implemented in 15 countries listed there, and of course, Kenya being one of them. And mainly, we have 3 objectives for this phase 2, is to support the reform of sectoral public policy instruments towards change. We're talking about developing nature-positive solutions through bankable projects, and I'll share more about that, and of course, capacity building. So, like we've said, or like you've seen in the video, BioDev Phase 1, which started in 2020 to 2022, was identified Kajiado as a potential pilot county where we could start our work. And during the biodiversity threat assessment study, the sectors agriculture, livestock, and forestry were identified as sectors that have a high impact on biodiversity. But based on even the discussions we've been hearing since morning, these are also very important sectors for our economy and also for our livelihoods. So the idea has been to explore how can we ensure that, looking at these 3 sectors, how can we ensure that we reduce the threats to biodiversity, but at the same time ensure that we are doing restoration and trying to inform the policy instruments. So for example, one of the key things that we've been doing through this phase 2 is aligning sectoral public policy instruments in agriculture, livestock, and forestry sectors with the KMGBF. And I think our colleague from World Bank has mentioned the different global biodiversity targets. So we have target 8, which is on climate change issues, and we've just had the team has come back from the Africa Climate Summit where they've been discussing these issues. We also have the target 10 on agriculture. So there are various targets, and target 14 on mainstreaming biodiversity into climate change and other sectors, such as the one we mentioned here. So what we've been doing, we've been having a series of what we are calling a co-creation process. We've been having multi-stakeholder dialogues where we bring together policy, conservation actors, private sector actors, just to have dialogue on what are some of the issues that we can look at from the agriculture perspective, livestock perspective, and even forestry in terms of looking at the policies in the sector and to what extent they are affecting biodiversity and vice versa. So we've already undertaken some of that. And also at the same time, we've identified priority measures which we can use to address harmful production practices, aligning this with the public policy instruments together with the biodiversity goals. So for example, if we look at the forestry sector, I know it's very wordy, my colleague gave me feedback, but I told her we can share the presentation actually so that you can be able to read in depth, and that is why I opted to just put in quite a bit of text so that it's very contextual, because if I just put photos, then you may not, if you go read it later, you may not be able to understand. So that's why I just opted to put in at least some of the issues that we are starting to see coming out of the policy development process. So when we look at, for example, the issue of charcoal, which I think has been mentioned, we have these charcoal permits that are being, which is one of the issues, policy instruments that has been put across by the government. but then we realized that the charcoal regulations are already being reviewed, but how can we support that? Maybe through digitization of the permits and fast tracking. I think one of the things we've learned when it comes to charcoal production, it seems, and I think we can discuss this with Benson, it seems it's something we cannot completely get away from. So, and you hear some people saying our githeri doesn't taste the same if we don't use charcoal. So there are just so many things we need to take into consideration, and I think that is what the government is trying to look at when they're trying to demystify, or what they say, decriminalize charcoal production. But apart from that, there's also the Energy Act. How can we support in terms of subsidizing clean energy? When you look at issues to do with the national restoration programs, when it first started, it was about planting trees. But then we realized apart from planting the trees, we need to ensure that the trees are growing. So these are just some of the policy issues that are coming out from the forestry sector. When we switch to pastoralism, we know this is a key economic sector in the arid and semi-arid lands, and it also contributes to, employment, provision of food, meat and milk. So it's a very important sector, but it also has an impact on biodiversity. But then what else can we do in terms of conservation to ensure that, as much as, because this is one of the key economic sectors that is being undertaken in the ASALs and the rangelands, and at the moment, I think it's the most profitable one. What can we do to ensure that we continue to maintain biodiversity? So it's be looking at issues of land ownership, ensuring that we, when we subdivide land, it has implications. So we also need to look at aligning with the county spatial plan, development of grazing and ecosystem management plans, for example, that is important, and also looking at the Kajiado County spatial plan. Then there's also the issue of invasive species. I think you've already seen in the video. If you go to Kajiado, I don't know how many of you have been there recently, that Ipomea has completely taken over a large part of the county. And at the moment, the only way to remove that weed is manually. So the farmers have to go and kind of dig it out from their farms, which is a little bit, it's quite a bit of a challenge. So when we went to visit the site, some of the proposal was coming up with joint management strategies that can be able to manage the spread of invasive species. There's also the issues of cultural beliefs and norms in terms of the number of cattle that pastoralists would like to keep. How can we do the carrying capacity assessments? Of course, we need to consider the gender and inclusion aspects. When we introduce some of these policies that we're talking about here, what would be the subsequent implications on men, women, youth, people living with disabilities? So we really need to think about the gender aspect of it. And then, of course, there's the issues of coordination. Then looking at agriculture, and I'm happy to hear that I think GIZ is also implementing a policy-related project also focusing on agriculture, and I think it would be great for us to kind of have a sit down and see what is coming from your study, what is coming from our study. But we can also see that agriculture, looking at horticultural intensification is also a key economic sector that has an implication in terms of our livelihoods and development, but also has an impact on biodiversity. So the issues of pesticide has been mentioned quite a bit this morning. So some of the things that we need to consider, subdivision of land and excessive water abstraction, and then also, pesticides here. And then, of course, once again, the issue of gender, we need to think about that. How can we incentivize the private sector to invest in biodiversity conservation? So I think that has also been mentioned several times this morning. We have the National Fertilizer Subsidy Program, which even if, for example, is increasing crop yields, we also have to see how this can be done in a sustainable manner. And then, of course, we have crop insurance schemes, and how can we ensure that sustainability criteria are integrated into the crop insurance schemes. So when it comes to the policy review work that we've been doing, those are just some of the findings that have been coming out of the policy process, and we're hoping to finalize the policies in about 2 or 3 weeks. We should be done with the policy briefs rather, and we are hoping to use these policy briefs to do advocacy and awareness raising to the different government sectors, but at the same time also to work together with other actors. And we also feel that this is an example of what other actors in other sectors can do in terms of, as we continue to develop our intervention measures, how can we ensure that biodiversity issues are addressed. So I think for me, another interesting aspect of the work is, which I think is going to align with some of the requests I've had today, is on how can we enhance livelihoods and biodiversity conservation through multi-stakeholder engagement in order to develop nature-positive solutions. So what we've been doing at BioDev and still focusing in Kajiado is bringing together actors from the different sectors, so from the conservation sector, agriculture, livestock, pastoralism, the NGO, all the actors that at the county level. By the way, we need to work together with the county to ensure we have buy-in for our work. So we've been bringing together all these actors to see how we can strengthen collaboration and understanding on biodiversity threats and potential solutions. So you find quite a number of actors that are there. They are doing quite a lot of work in terms of addressing some of the conservation challenges like we saw in the video, but then there hasn't been an impact. So how can we upscale this? How can we work together to enhance this work? And then, of course, identifying priority areas. And then we have also initiated the development of a bankable biodiversity project proposal. And this has been done in a co-creative manner. We've prioritized what is important for the community. So basically, we've done all the work. We've already costed the project around, maybe I exaggerate, around $5 million, but we can negotiate if there's someone willing. I'm just joking, but yeah, so we've done quite a bit of the groundwork in terms of developing the bankable project, and it would be quite interesting if anybody in the room would be willing for us to discuss this further. And then when we look at in terms of the financing and investment opportunities, and I think this has already come out throughout the entire morning, we can look at issues to do with piloting payment for ecosystem services schemes in the pastoral areas, and I think I've seen some examples already. We can also talk about, I know this topic is relatively new, the issue of biodiversity credits, but there's still an opportunity for us to learn more about this credit and see how we can link this with the carbon markets. And then also the issue of blended finance has really come up. Then, of course, financing for biofertilizers. We also have the agroforestry ventures. I think I've heard about regenerative agriculture being mentioned quite a bit. So we have a lot of these opportunities already coming up, even in the pilot, in Kajiado. The issue of clean cooking that has already been mentioned. Benson, I'll look for you. Maybe we can see what we can do together. And then, of course, community-owned solar-powered irrigation. I also had a very interesting conversation with someone in the morning about giving loans for solar products, but I think there are some challenges, but I think this is something that could also be of interest, because for us as practitioners, we may not really know what goes into the finance of developing these kinds of solutions. And then, of course, the green SMEs. So winding down, I can see I'm about to be chased away from there. Anyway, yeah, and then we can also come up with nature-based enterprises. The issue of ecotourism has already been mentioned, and Kajiado has a lot of potential for this. Apiculture, the grass seed banks, some of these initiatives have already been undertaken together with the women. So if you're into the gender aspects of it, capacity building, the young people, we already have that as something that has already been undertaken. And then, of course, the issue of green bonds linked to restoration projects, for example, could be an opportunity that can be discussed. Then I think as I wind up, this should be my last slide. In terms of some of the innovative financial products, could be biodiversity-linked loans, and I think I had something like that been mentioned earlier, but I think they also come with a bit of a challenge. But then I think it's how can we then work together with maybe other institutions to see how we can buffer to address the risks. Then, of course, sustainable linked insurance, and then the issue of impact funds and blended finance. So thank you very much for your attention. I hope I have piqued your interest. I'm seated here. Just come and see me if you'd like us to continue working together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Catherine. Asante sana. Our final presentation before we break for lunch comes from the World Bank, and we have the senior economist, Nepomuk Duns. Are you with us in the house?
I am, yes. I hope you can all hear me.
Virtual. That's the virtual I was asking about earlier. Are we ready? Set up? Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you very well. Can you hear me as well? Can you all hear me?
Can you hear us?
Yes.
Is he on mute? Oh, it's on our side, I guess. Oh, he can
Hello?
hear us.
Can you hear
loud
me?
and clear. Let's. We can't hear you yet, but I
Can you
believe
hear
our
me as
tech
well?
team is sorting us out here.
Okay, very good, thank you.
As that happens, what's being distributed on your table is your lunch voucher. So once we are done with this presentation, we shall recess and head to the ground floor where we shall take our lunch and be back for the afternoon session. Are we now okay?
Can you hear me now? Everyone? Can you hear me? I guess you can
That
see me.
presentation, as you can see, is titled Nature's Bottom Line, the Economic and Financial Cost of Ecosystem Degradation in Kenya. And that is being made by the World Bank. So just a minute before we kick this off. Can you hear us now, sir?
I can hear you very well. I can hear you very clearly. Can you hear me?
Mic check. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Looks like not yet. Can you hear us? He
I can hear
us
you loud and
clear,
clearly,
but
yes.
We cannot hear him. All right.
Can you hear me now?
That's any luck?
I can
Can you hear me?
from my
All right, let's
give it 2 more minutes and see whether we can hear you here. Yes.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Hello, Nipo.
Yes, Shailene, I can hear you well. Can you hear me as well?
There's a bit of feedback. Let's try and get that sorted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear us loud and clear?
Okay, very good. Yes, I can hear you loud and clear. Great, very good.
Please proceed.
So thanks that we sorted out this now. Yes. Good morning, everyone from DC, from Washington, DC. It's still early and dark outside, so I couldn't follow all the great presentations and discussions so far, but I had the pleasure to join already like the last half an hour. So this was like really nice and great to see. And I wish I could be in Kenya right now, but my colleague is Fandya, I think, is in the room. So I'm, hope he has good discussions with all of you in the room. So I have the pleasure to now stand between you and the lunch break. So I try to be sharp and short in a way, but at the same time also like really coming across with the analysis that we did from the World Bank side over the last couple of years, also jointly with KBA, I should say, on this report, the Nature Bottom Line, the economic and financial cost of ecosystem degradation in Kenya, where we take a bit of a hawk's eye view basically on some of the nature-related risks that we see basically for the economic sector in Kenya, and also, of course, for the financial sector, how they could play out. This is also like lot of this work is also informed actually by our country climate development report, the CCDR, that we have been doing in Kenya as well from the World Bank side, I think a couple of years ago now, which again, it has like a breadth of analysis. If you're looking for some specific analysis on land use change, for instance, things like that, please be referred to also our online website for the CCDR. It's not only the main report, actually, it also has really like a depth of background notes, just in case you're really like interested in very specific aspects of this. So just to have a look there as well. What I will focus on is basically like just to provide a little bit of context of nature. Nature risk, so to say. I know everyone in the room probably is aware of this, but it's still good to also bring a bit the bigger picture of why we actually talk about nature risk and nature loss, so to say, and then like showing our assessment of the physical risk, transition risks, and also like specifically water stress risk in the case of Kenya, how this could play out. And then finally, like, okay, what does it actually mean for the financial sector more broadly and the banking sector? And what are some of the ways forward that we could go here? So starting with the global context, and I think that's just like always good, I think, to reiterate. I think we're doing this, we're dealing with this because we see tremendous changes on our natural environments. Basically, we see on the left-hand side here that while we have been managing to increase produced capital and human capital globally over the last decades on a recurring basis, this came essentially at the cost of our renewable natural capital stock that has been declining. I think that's something which is just like I think the issue we're facing, so to say, and I think all the great discussions we're having as well today on nature positive financing, nature financing basically are related to this, basically to stop this trend, reverse this trend, and also what we see on the right-hand side here to really like manage, we stay within our planetary boundaries and don't overshoot on like on the different spheres that we have already been crossing, because we fear that this is like really like affecting our livelihoods and affecting our way how we can achieve sustainable development going forward. And I think that's the core feature of all of this, what's coming next. And I think if you then zoom into the Kenya specific angles, you see kind of like that Kenya obviously is one of the top 10 mega biodiverse countries globally. I mean, I don't have to tell you obviously how great the biodiversity is in Kenya, but it really like is characterized by this diverse ecosystem of mountains, forests, rangelands, a lot of grasslands obviously as well, very important. And these like make up this tremendous biodiversity as well, which sustains, on the other hand, a lot of the economic system basically in Kenya. So just a few figures here that you see. For instance, you have the blue economy, which generates about like $4.4 billion annually, about like 5.5% of GDP, mainly through tourism. So blue economy is everything like ocean related, so to say, that generates like economic value. If the forest sector in which has a substantial GDP contribution in Kenya, specifically if you also take like these non-direct effects of just timber provisioning, but like the broader sustaining of different ecosystem service activities. The agricultural sector, which is like a large share, of course, in Kenya's economy, again, like very reliant directly on a lot of ecosystem services, like soil quality, like water provisioning, which I will also talk about a bit later, which is very key here. And again, at the same time, you see quite a bit of degradation of the ecosystem services that underpin all these activities. The forests are threatened by agricultural expansion, wood extraction, and climate change. And that's like something that can, after all, be like pose economic and financial risks if you don't manage them carefully. So from the NGFS side, the Network for Greening the Financial System, which is like this platform of different central banks, financial supervisors globally. We also have been dealing a lot with nature-related risks. I'm personally also like co-leading a subgroup on nature scenarios development within the NGFS, and they're kind of like the way of how we're thinking about these nature risks transmitting to the economy is very much familiar, I guess, to most of you from the climate side. So you have like physical risks which could emerge from like the climate ecosystem services. Could be like soil degradation. Could be just like provisioning of like fish, timber, energy that goes down, but also just like water cycles which are affected. On the transition risk side, essentially, you have similarly to climate, you also have the change in policy, the change in regulation, which could pose some threats for economic activities and hence the financial sector. And those could really affect the economy via micro channels, such as damages to assets, stranded assets, but also macro channels like prices and productivity changes, for instance, and then finally affecting the financial sector by strategic risks, credit risk, market risk, the usual channels we would also know from other types of risks as well. I think importantly as well is that there are quite a few channels and feedbacks that could happen on different stages. So you could, for instance, have impacts from the economy to the nature itself. I mean, that's often framed and coined this double materiality concept, for saying that basically activities that are funded by the financial sector, which are not or which are nature degrading, might in turn again increase the risk for physical risk and then also have economic impacts. So it's also feedbacks between the economy and financial sector, and these are aspects that all are relevant in this context. I should say, I think on the overall assessment side in the nature sphere, we're still less advanced, I would say, compared to the climate side. I think there's still quite a few question marks or knowledge gaps that we have and how we need to improve them going forward. There is a big issue of data availability. I think data is probably came up as well in your discussions already, is very often one of the key issues that you're facing when you want to conduct more granular, more detailed analysis to sharpen also our insights. At the same time, I think there's still a lot you can do, and it's something I want to show you now in the next few minutes, even if the data is not as great as you hope for, because it can already tell you where are the hotspots of risk, where are the issues that you need to pay attention for, and then of course you can try subsequently over time to improve the data, to improve the assessment as well, and get more granular insights. What we did essentially, with our assessment, is we looked into an economic assessment so far, and again, for the lack of more granular financial data, we went into the economic assessment, so to say, where the sectoral granularity was better and more granular than on the financial sector side, at least to the data we had access to. And you will also see the spatial component as well. We also had on the GDP aspects, you have in Kenya quite nice data actually on spatially disaggregated GDP, also by sector to a certain degree, which we didn't see on the financial sector side. I think that's an important message as well from this presentation, that I think that's an area where we need to strengthen and sharpen as well to improve those assessments going forward. If you look into the economic assessment and then basically apply the so-called Encore methodology, which is I think by now relatively established in the field, that you just you map different economic sectors to a dependency score on ecosystem services. That's essentially what we did. And you see basically ecosystem sectors that are highly or very highly dependent on ecosystem services, according to Encore, make up to 44% of Kenya's GDP in 2021. You see on the left-hand side here, you see some of those sectors listed. So you see basically the agricultural sector popping up very prominently with growing of crops, animal production, and also the food processing sector as well, with about 4.1% of GDP popping up quite heavily, but also other sectors like real estate, which is usually very dependent on water-related services, like surface water, as you see here, is also popping up very, very heavily. The thing is also which I think is seen, you see on the on the right-hand side here, is that growing of crops, for instance, really depends on a multitude of different ecosystem services. So it depends on soil quality, on pollination, on disease control, very highly and generally speaking, whereas, for instance, the real estate sector, at least to Encore, only depends on the surface water most directly as an ecosystem services. And again, the underlying logic is here, so to say, if those ecosystem services would deteriorate, what could be potential impacts because you have this high dependency on those ecosystem services? If you look into the spatial component, essentially, you also see a picture of relatively high risk emerging. So on the left-hand side, for instance, if you just look into so-called enabling ecosystem services with using the WWF risk filters that we use in this context, you see that about the areas which make up as a county of 18% of Kenya's GDP are at high or very high risk. again, here is something where these enabling ecosystem services are services like timber provisioning, but also services like water, freshwater availability, for instance. If you look into the lack of mitigating ecosystem services, so this is like kind of like, for instance, just services that prevent landslides from happening, prevent forest fires from happening, etc., wildfires from happening. Here, even the risk picture is even more spread out, so to say, that basically nearly all of Kenya is at high risk from these lack of mitigating ecosystem services, according to the WWF data. And then basically, if you take just like the risk of land, freshwater, sea use change, again, you see kind of like a concentration in some areas of the country, including Nairobi, for instance, where you have about like 21% of GDP coming from counties which are at high or very high risk. If you then look into one specific aspect, and this is like, I think something we came across, and it's probably very familiar to you, you work and live on a daily basis in Kenya, but the water stress issue is really was popping up and was in our higher level analysis, so to say, as one of the key issues that might be specifically relevant going forward in Kenya as well. So you have areas which already are quite arid and face water stress today, but even in going forward, as we will see in a second, this can worsen over time as well. And this is particularly relevant because I think Kenya is like one of the countries with the lowest replenishment of fresh water globally as well. And I think so that's one of the why these issues play out. And this can be basically based on water quality risk, which is a risk, as you see here on the left-hand side, but also basically flooding risk in Kenya is quite expressed, and also like the water stress, just water availability, as we will see on the left-hand side, in the next slide here, is a very severe stress, particularly if you go moving forward. But you see here, for instance, in a business as usual scenario, so these are like some scenarios that are provided by the WRI aqueduct data, tells you that basically under the business as usual, which was basically meaning that we end up in a very high emission climate scenario globally, we would have basically increases to 40% of areas of counties, increase that make up 40% of GDP, that by 2080 basically that would be affected by water stress. A bit less so, or much less so actually, like under the optimal scenario, which means essentially we manage globally to reduce climate impacts and climate change, and thereby we reduce also like the emissions coming from this, and that means that we have less water stress in Kenya as well in 2080. Again, that's an important message, and I think shows us as well how interconnected climate and nature again are very often, because again nature is very much or nature loss is very much affected by climate change, meaning that ecosystems cannot adapt more quickly enough to the changing climate, etc. And at the same time, of course, also like the forests that we preserve, the forests that we have, basically act as very important carbon sinks, for instance, which again is a very important aspect here. If you look into transition risk impacts on ecosystem services, so this is again like the logic of what we can do about basically preserving nature, reducing nature loss, but this will require essentially some policy changes. And again, what would be areas and sectors that are particularly prone to those policy changes? We measure this essentially because what we think is, or what we do with Encore is saying, okay, what are the business processes, the sectors which actually have the highest impact on ecosystem services? And then we would say, okay, those might be the most likely to be actually regulated going forward. And so if you take this kind of logic, you see that about over 68% of Kenya's GDP have a very high impact on ecosystems, and that means they might be actually prone to some regulation. Again, you see here the agricultural sector being very, very relevant, very important. But again, also the real estate sector, construction sector, all have very high impacts as well on ecosystem services. And that again could expose them to some regulatory changes. If you look into a spatial component here as well, that is something which for instance relates a bit more to this global biodiversity framework targets, like the famous 30 by 30 target, And there, of course, the question is like, what could be some areas that might additionally be protected, additionally to what is already protected in Kenya today? And our proxy of this, so to say, would be like areas which are like today so-called key biodiversity areas, or very important areas, which, however, are currently not protected. So that could be like, you know, areas which actually might want to be protected in the future. We see basically in Kenya, for instance, 47 of 121 key biodiversity areas are currently not protected. And then we were looking into what are the counties in Kenya that actually have the highest share of non-protected key biodiversity areas, again with the assumption that these might actually be like areas where you might see some stronger regulation in light of the 30 by 30 target coming. And then if you take these 5 different counties like Narok, Nyandarua, and Buanga, Nyeri, and Trans Nzoia, sorry for my poor pronunciation, I suppose, of those. If you look at them and you see again, what is their economic composition within those counties, you see that again, they're very much heavily dependent on agriculture, and to some degree also on construction as well, which basically means those are again areas which could be very much regulated because they have such a high impact on ecosystem services. So that's like a little bit what is relevant, and you see that these 5 counties in total are like making up to about 10% of Kenya's aggregate GDP in this context. So that's like kind of again showing you that we also need to think and see like how are we managing this transition, what can we do about the transition, and I think all the great discussions we're having today are also like helping very much there, because I think having good financing opportunities in areas which are like, you know, positive for nature is, I think, like a key starting point to actually like reduce transition risk as well, all the way to going down. One last point I wanted to mention here before I then go to the recommendations and conclusions, basically, is just to say that, of course, this was like a bit of a direct impact assessment, so to say that you only look into the counties, the areas which might be directly affected. But as you know very well, of course, I mean, supply chains go beyond just, you know, like one county, one country even. And so, for instance, just one way of looking at this is what we did is also like looking into the areas which are basically net users of ecosystem services, meaning they use more than the ecosystem services that are provided in their own county, versus the areas which are actually net providers of ecosystem services. So areas or counties that actually like, you know, produce or like renew ecosystem services to a higher degree compared to what is used in those counties. And then you see it again like that some areas with high economic activity, like Nairobi, for instance, are really like, you know, net users here. And then again, that means if they depend on ecosystem services in other areas of the country that might be degraded, it might also face a problem for Nairobi, even if not directly affected in this context. So that's a little bit the way how we also try to bring in the indirect perspective. What does it mean for the banking sector, for the financial sector? I think, so obviously there is the link because the banks are financing economic activity. This is very important for us because that's what we need for making, for having economic development as well. And you see there is, of course, a bit of a glitch in the sense that agricultural lending, for instance, is way lower in Kenya compared to like the share that it has in the GDP. So that, for instance, means that the financial sector directly at least might not be as exposed to ecosystem service degradation from the agricultural sector, so to say, where the agricultural sector is mostly dependent compared to like the GDP aspect. But then, of course, you know that GDP has like very much, you know, indirect impact as well for the broader economic macroeconomy as well, which could then more indirectly affect also the financial sector. And at the same time, a lot of the personal household loans actually that are provided in Kenya also are used for some subsistence agriculture as well, for instance, or small scale agriculture, which also means that there are some of the risks might be hidden here. I think the main takeaway here is really that I think we need definitely way more data in the case of the financial sector as well. I mean, we didn't have access to granular spatial data, for instance, on lending for this assessment, which is why we focused on economic data so far. And also like on the lending sectoral side, I think is also like still not as granular as we might want to have it to be. I think that's again like something where we need to work on and to improve, to sharpen also these recommendations. I want to finish off, and I know I stand between you and a lunch break. So yeah, let me just finish off with some of the high-level recommendations. And the report on this presentation is based on will be published in the next few weeks. So it should also be then able for you to have a deeper look on some of the things I touched upon, which of course couldn't do justice for in this 20-minute, 25-minute presentation. But just to say, I think there's two big aspects we're seeing, so to say. One is like kind of more from the supervisory side and from the risk assessment side, basically, where I think there is still a lot of potential to actually like raise awareness, build capacity among key stakeholders in Kenya. I know that KBA is doing a tremendous job in this area, like in building capacity, raising awareness for the issue, also working with TNFD, working with UNDP, BioFin, and other stakeholders as well. I think it's very important. Making also sure this reaches the government with different ministries, like and the central bank, of course, as well. I think it's very crucial here, and I think there's a lot of potential to like still improve this and strengthen that. I think the next step then as well is we like to enhance risk identification capacity and surveillance, improving data collection, improving the assessments that we're doing to actually like sharpen our assessment beyond just the higher level hawk's eye, so to say, and really go into more granular details here. And then basically, finally, if this has been done, you could also explore to enhance, the climate-related supervisory guidance on voluntary disclosures, for instance. But you could also just like look in how can you use this a bit more. I think also very relevant in the Kenya context, and I think also very relevant to this conference today, really is also like creating this enabling environment for mobilizing green finance, right? And I think that's a key aspect as well that we need to scale up the financial sector involvement here for green nature, climate positive investments, so to say, and I think that is something which I think is very, very, very important. I think there are great examples already out there. Isfandia, my colleague, also has I think mentioned a few of them where we as the World Bank are involved in, but I think there's quite a bit of a potential here as well to leverage. You could think about risk sharing, risk transfer instruments, of course, that need to be sharpened, including also maybe some insurance products that could be used here as well. Crop insurance, livestock insurance, for instance. And also, like, just some more green financial instruments to finance some of the projects, but also general financing some portfolios, basically with sustainability-linked loans and things like that. That could be like targeted and linked to key biodiversity, key performance indicators. Yeah, I stop here. I don't know if there's any questions for the room or if you have any time still for questions in the room. Otherwise, I thank you very much for your attention. And again, I hope we can publish this report very soon. And then you can also always, of course, reach out to us, my regional colleagues on the ground, as well as us in Washington, D.C. We're very happy to collaborate and to work more on this topic. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let's appreciate that presentation from the World Bank, and especially the last slide capturing the recommendations and key takeaways. I think is very good fodder for setting the stage as we transition into our next one. But before that, I hope each one of us has a token or voucher they've received from our ushers. Are we all good? Or no? I thought they were being distributed and I saw that happening. Yes, all right. Nonetheless, as you step out, please just ensure you grab one. Lunch is served downstairs at the restaurant, so make your way there, have a bite. We shall be back at 2 p.m. for a presentation on getting started on nature-based solution financing, and that will come from GIZ, so that will set the stage for a panel after that, and we shall be closing at 3:30. Friends, let's go and have some refreshment, and then we shall be back. Sorry to be back. In case you lost this, the ushers out here are holding it, so you can grab it there.
Okay, good after lunch. Good after lunch. Okay, so thank you and welcome to our second last session of the day. And for this session, we are privileged to get some insights on how to get started on nature-based solutions financing, the insights on pipeline activity, pipeline availability, and capacity needs. And there's no better presenter today than GIZ on this. So we have with us Kennedy Mugo. And just so that we know what to expect in this presentation today, and actually following very closely after the panel discussion that was there in the morning, very candid conversations that happened. So we have a chance to look at risk versus return. We have a chance to look at where are these nature-based solutions financing coming from? And of course, are financial markets feeling the heat, either the heat, the cold, or the warmth from ESG mainstreaming? So I want to invite Kennedy to give us a presentation, and then, so this would be about a 20 minutes presentation, and then, if possible, we can allow some very little time for Q&A, if any. So thanks a lot, and welcome, Kennedy.
Good afternoon. Yeah, so, I mean, following the theme of today, we'll be talking a bit more about where the opportunities are. And to that effect, we did a small study. And I don't see it as a study, but I see it as a cheat sheet for you financial institutions as you try to get into investing in nature-based solutions. So what we'll be talking primarily is the sectors. So we've looked at a number of sectors for you to invest in nature-based solutions and a number of themes around that specific topic. I'll start by introducing myself. My name is Kennedy Mugo. I work at GIZ as a climate investment advisor on a number of projects, one being a partnership between GIZ and a Dutch fund called Triodos Investment Management, essentially trying to see what the landscape looks for or rather, how does the landscape in Kenya look at in matters nature-based solution, where the opportunities are in terms of a pipeline, get to discuss that, and, you know, what are the, you know, frameworks or what is in the sector currently. And I don't need to belabor the point in terms of putting it into context, what risks, you know, are out there. As you can see, a couple of years ago, we were grappling with COVID-19, and we were washing our hands 5 times a day. But then we have, you know, greater threats as humankind, one being economic recession, climate change, but then as a domino, we face the risk of, you know, biodiversity collapse. Now, it's not all doom and gloom, because as you can see on my left-hand side, in terms of private sector investments, especially considering green, social, and sustainable bonds, there has been an increase in those numbers. And therefore, it shows that, you know, private sector is ready to invest in this space, and they see an opportunity in terms of a return. However, it's quite glaring that still 82% of these investments around nature-based solutions come from government and government-funded initiatives. Now, I'm sure, as you're aware, ODA is somewhat depleting, decreasing, and therefore, you know, there is a huge gap that's going to be left by that 82%. And that is where we feel that, you know, financial institutions, private capital should come in and play in that particular role of addressing that gap that is coming up. As I mentioned, we did a study which we're calling A Nature's Return, and we have a QR code there. And as I mentioned, this is not a study per se, but it's a cheat sheet. It's a toolkit for financial institutions who really want to get into nature-based solutions. And, you know, as I mentioned, it's a partnership between ourselves, GIZ, as well as the Dutch impact investor, Triodos Investment Management. But then we not only want to see foreign funds coming in and investing in nature-based solutions, but we want to see local actors, we want to see local commercial banks, we want to see local funds putting in money where, as mentioned earlier, where their mouth is. And with that, I'd give a brief highlights. So I want you guys to go and read this report, so therefore I won't get into the details of it. But then I just want to mention a couple of areas that we looked at. We looked at 4 business models, one being ecotourism via wildlife, the other one being sustainable timber, voluntary carbon via forest initiatives, as well as agroforestry via agricultural systems. Now, to put it into context a bit around the business models, ecotourism via wildlife conservancies. I know this has been mentioned before. And looking at, and there was a mention, the contribution that tourism and agriculture has to our economy's GDP and the role that they play. And ecotourism is one of the most important sectors we have, contributing 10.4% to our country's GDP. And what we see is there is an infrastructure in terms of, conservancies ready to take up funding. And I know Christine mentioned something to the effect that, when conservancies come to you banks and you give them the products, plain vanilla products that are usually there, of the many products, then they might be not a fit. But, glad to say that, and probably this is where I also plug in some of the things that we're doing at GIZ, is we are working together with the Kenya Wildlife Conservancies Association, and I can see Sentinel over there. And a couple of weeks, if not a month ago, they held a Conservancies Investment Forum. Unfortunately, I didn't see most of you, and hopefully then that will change in the near future. But then, yes, so one of the sectors that we looked at is that, with a couple of outlooks, being that there is growing interest in terms of sustainable tourism. So ecotourism is a segment that is really growing, and there is area for potential scaling up for conservancies. As well as conservancies come with a added advantage in that they have additional revenue streams in terms of the carbon credits. Quickly shift to voluntary carbon markets, and this is something I know most of us have either discussed or aware of, have socialized with. So what we also saw in terms of when we were doing this study and the findings that we found out was this is another prime area in terms of development. And as you can see, it's a semi-mature market for investments. We are privileged to have the second largest portfolio of carbon credits, with over 50% of carbon credits in Kenya coming from forestry initiatives. In terms of regulations, it's quite important to note that we've done a lot in terms of regulation, or rather the government has done in terms of carbon market regulations, and therefore it makes the market a bit steady for people with private capital that want to get into that space. Now, what we also quite noticed in terms of the trends for this particular sector is there is interest now with removal carbon credit projects as opposed to avoidance. So that's the REDD+ projects. And what we also notice is that there is finalization in terms of the carbon markets framework. So quickly shifting into agriculture via agroforestry systems. Sure, as banks, you have quite some exposure in the agri space. And agroforestry systems then also present an opportunity for your farmers to transit into better farming practices through agroforestry. But then we have a really well-developed export market. So from grown shade coffee, macadamia, avocado, plantations. And similarly, we have really well laid out frameworks from policies, acts, and regulations. In terms of what we also identified, or rather what we saw on the outlook for this particular segment was, you know, agroforestry also presents an opportunity to integrate carbon markets or carbon credits within their revenue models, hence, you know, increasing the returns for this particular segment. You know, as well as potential to scale since we already have well-established market channels. Now, on the last one, which is sustainable timber, what we, you know, from our findings was this is an underdeveloped segment, and for quite a number of reasons, which we've highlighted here. So, I mean, we rely highly on imports in terms of timber products, but then timber accounts for 1% of our GDP. Now, what we found out, or rather one of our findings was that we don't have an FSC certified forests in Kenya. And what we also noticed is there's depleted infrastructure, there are issues with quality seed source, you know, as well as a challenge in terms of enforcing sustainable timber production. Now, also it's not all doom and gloom, because as you can see, KEFRI is making progress in terms of addressing that seed supply constraint, as well as there is need to improve the value chain, especially in terms of infrastructure. And we're hoping that you know, the people in this room, especially the guys in the policy side, could be able to help with that, as well as the, you know, other development partners. Now, there were 3 themes that we took out, or rather we took, and there were overarching themes between these 4 segments, which one is markets drive well in developed, you know, value chains, as you've seen in agri, ecotourism. But then you see sustainable timber struggling because there isn't, you know, a well-defined value chain. But then if that is defined, then we'll probably see more investments and more interest into that space. And we are privileged to have Eva from New Forest, who will be coming in a panel afterwards to really speak a bit about that, that area. In issues land ownership, I don't think I need to, you know, say to the people in this room, we've seen what has happened with the different carbon projects, especially those that don't involve communities really well. And, you know, free, prior, informed consent should not be a suggestion. So sometimes project developers come, meet a few elders, you know, get to sign paperwork, but then we've seen what happens when they go to start implementation. The wrath of the communities is quite harsh, and therefore issues land ownership should be checked. There is a lot of policies that have been developed. There is a lot of work that has gone towards regulation. But then, as you're aware, most of this land is community land. Therefore, they need to be involved from, you know, the get-go. You know, as well as what I've mentioned in terms of policy and regulations being already in place, and that's a good sign for this particular market. And with, you know, straight and very standardized policies and regulations, then you know, create investor confidence, which I think we've rather has been done a bit quite well. What we also did is, there's always that question of pipeline, and, you know, investors saying there's no pipeline. But then at times, especially when you sit where we sit, you have project developers, you have people that are always looking for capital, but you also have people who are saying we're not able to deploy because of 1, 2, 3. But you have, you know, people asking where is the money? Where is this? I mean, this week there has been a commitment for around $100 billion by, you know, different banks at the ACS. But people ask, where's that money? So we did a pipeline identification work where we looked at nature-based solutions. But however, this was a bit more targeted because, as I mentioned, we were working with a Dutch fund called Triodos. And we were looking for companies and projects that are implementing nature-based solutions in forestry as well as nature restoration sectors. We had a huge pool of, I mean, a long list of 30. We carried down to 15 because there are other parameters that we were looking at. And then we ended up with these 6 that, you know, fit the bill for that. particular fund, but then it's not to mention that the 30 were really not good. I mean, some of them, because of ticket sizes, the sectors that they were in, some were in ecotourism, and the fund did not have an interest in that particular space, but then for these two, and therefore that is how we ended up with these 6. One in invasive species removal. I think, none better could be explained by what we saw in the earlier video by IUCN in terms of invasive species. We have afforestation, sustainable forestry, we have a carbon project, agroforestry, as well as an agroecology project. In terms of key highlights and what we came out in terms of what's the portfolio looking like in terms of different aspects, and I will start with, investment sought. So as you can see, the tenures are between 5 and 7 years, and this we did also a bit of financial modeling and just looking at the finances, and we quickly realized that yes, they're able to either take equity or debt, or probably a mix of both. But then they had a broad range of ticket sizes, ranging from 1 million to 40 million USD. In terms of the stage of maturity, most were either early in implementation or have completed a feasibility study, and primarily I'm talking on the carbon projects, but then some of them had offtake agreements already in place. In terms of certifications, we got to see that, unlike other markets, we have people with multiple certification, gold, various standards. That's for the carbon projects. The carbon yields are, between 2 to 17 million, 2 to 17 million metric tons of CO2 total. In terms of location, we had a diverse location, so from projects up north, central of Kenya, western, as well as the eastern region. And the sizes in terms of land use was between 3 and 140,000 hectares. Now the timeframes ranged between 20 and 40, and mainly informed by the land tenure. And as I mentioned, there are co-benefits to nature-based solutions, and that was also reiterated in the morning. From employment, reducing degenerative farming, community engagement and ownership, as well as, in the process, improving agriculture productivity. So this is one of the projects that we identified when we were looking for the pipeline. So this is a project based in Turkana, and its approach is landscape restoration, agroforestry, and building supply chains for regenerative feedstocks. That's in Turkana. But then they also have, their revenue models are into 2. So sale of carbon credits, as well as sale of agro produce that they are having. And what is, key to this project is, land ownership arrangements. That is, the project has partnered and has agreements already signed with private landowners at 30% and community landowners at 70%. And, these agreements govern the use of this land and, hence securing the land rights to use this particular land. They aren't stopping there, and they're helping other communities to register their lands so that they can have, better tenure, but also for the communities to really earn better from these arrangements. And, in terms of, as I mentioned, revenue streams is from carbon credits, where they have 2 certifications already completed. They have some other certification in the work for scaling up. And yes, they are planning to use this as bulk sales of carbon credits. Having said that, as I mentioned, I'll just give you a sneak preview of what are the key messaging that comes out from the report, as well as the piece of work that we've done in the pipeline. But I also just want to mention that, if you want us to continue this conversation, we'll be happy to, talk a little bit more about it. But the essential findings from the report is, regulatory environment shapes, essentially the markets. So when you have strong regulations and policies in place, this creates investor confidence. There is importance of offtake agreements. This is both for carbon credits as well as the people in agri. And then, cannot emphasize the importance of partnerships with communities, with other partners when, we are working towards achieving this particular goal. In terms of the pipeline development, there is significant outreach required to find suitable companies. Mature companies do exist. Again, there is that decoupling between pipeline and the capital providers, and we are hoping that part of what we are going to do is try and address that. But as I mentioned, there's a huge broad range of ticket sizes from 1 million to 40 million USD. And what you also noted in terms of the pipeline development is carbon credits are quite critical as an additionality. So it's not the silver bullet that comes to solve all the problems, but as an additionality to their revenue models, carbon credits plays a critical role. Once again, let me just take you back to the QR code. Yeah, so once again, feel free to go through the report. We'd be more than happy to have a continued conversation with you on this particular topic. And I think I'll leave it at that at this moment. Thank you. Yeah, I think we'll proceed to the panel.
Another appreciation of Kennedy is provided very high-level summary of what is included in the report. And I was just wondering, even as we invite the setup for the panel discussion, I was wondering, because we have biases in the communities that we come from. And one of the strongest biases that really affects even credit markets is gender bias, and particularly in access to land, and mostly in developing countries such as ours, it's so entrenched. And now that it's so entrenched, because we all know and appreciate that access to titles by women is a key challenge, and particularly for rural communities. And now that we are apportioning a greater value again on the same land by saying you can do land agreements, does that worsen the situation for men holding on to the title more? Because there can be credits that can come out of that. And so it is a point to ponder about, because what do we do to our own social cultural biases that have been established, and particularly as we consider nature-based solutions? Are there ways of mitigating some of these biases, or in the process of exploring nature-based solutions, how do we address other biases such as the gender biases, so that there can be also equitable access to these solutions? And at the same time, remember that ESG, the S, talks about social outcomes. The transformations that we would want to cause in the markets and in the communities that we serve. Do we have a challenge? And I want to challenge all of us, even as we explore opportunities and interventions that are coming up. How do we address other social cultural challenges that we have? So to take us through our last session today, we have a panel discussion on investing in nature. Insights from practitioners, we usually say people on the ground, the people touching the ground in terms of feeling the heartbeat and the challenges on the ground. Now we have a chance to listen to practitioners. This session again will be moderated by Kennedy Mugo of GIZ. Charlotte Waldruff, sorry, I beg your pardon for that. And it will have 3 very strong players in the industry and in the ecosystem. We have William Hamasi, the Group Director, ESG and Climate Risk, Equity Group Holding. Please, you can clap for him as he comes up. Associate Director, Investor Relations, New Forests, Eva Wairigia, and another clap for Eva. And then the East Africa Regional Lead, DFCD, WWF, Ian Isherwood. I hope I pronounced it well. You're all welcome. So I'll hand it over to our moderator today to take us through this session. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm gonna, yeah, sit where your picture is so that everybody knows who William and Ian are. I've moved my chair around so that I can actually see you. Thank you everybody for being here. Also, it's the last panel of the day and I'm very happy to see that the room is still so full. Thank you, Kennedy, for the insights from your report. I'm very grateful to be in Nairobi. I only arrived 2 days ago. And I was promised pomegranates from William. I've heard they're in season. I haven't seen them so far, but I'm still waiting. And I'm very happy to have listened, to have had the opportunity to listen to all the conversations and inspiring inputs this morning, and many calls to action, as well as many conversations about policy, policy gaps, policy progress, and what has to be done on all levels, both at the policymakers, the financial institutions, and the project developers. 3 to 4 years ago, I would not have envisaged that this topic of nature finance would pull such a large crowd and would command so much interest. I think that's very much a testament to the work that KBA and a number of other stakeholders have already done in this place, or in this space on this topic. So thank you to KBA for convening us here today and also for allowing me to moderate this final session. I was thinking, when I wasn't dreaming about the pomegranates, I was thinking about how to address this room and start the session. I think I was thinking about how we frame nature-based solutions, and they're often sort of presented as these silver bullets. You know, they combat climate change, they address biodiversity, they support livelihoods, they improve resilience, and above all, they're also bankable. So the question is, why are we still in this room and not running out to invest as quickly as we can? And I think capital just tells a very different story. 80% of NBS are still funded by the public sector. And we've heard from a number of situations today where both banks find it difficult to finance nature-based solutions, and project developers find it difficult to access the capital, right? So Kennedy spoke about that disconnect between the project developers and the financial institutions. So we have the pleasure today to hear from 3 practitioners, from a bank, from a fund, and from an origination facility and the Dutch Fund for Climate and Development, to hear how these practitioners and their institutions are really addressing and engaging with nature. We're structuring the session along 3 topics. One is market opportunities, because I think that's what everybody is interested in. Then a regional perspective. And then lastly, institutional and capacity development. So how can we really embed the topic of nature-based solutions within the institutions? And at the end of it, we have time for Q&A. So as we run through these prepared, but also very off-the-cuff conversations, of course, that we're having up here, please also get your questions ready, because I'll turn to you later. So our speakers have already been introduced. So I won't go through that again. So let us dive right in. We've heard about the different types of nature-based solutions. We've also had the pleasure of really looking into some of the sectors in more detail. And as we heard, agriculture contributes more than 20% to GDP, a massive employer in Kenya, a massive driver of export growth. And unsurprisingly, also a large part of Equity's portfolio, as well as a sector that features very heavily in your sustainability strategy. So William, turning to you, your report highlights how the sector is vulnerable to droughts, to floods, to climate change. What is Equity Bank Kenya doing specifically to address these risks and to work on nature-based solutions within the agricultural sector?
Thank you, Charlotte, and good afternoon, colleagues and friends. It's good to see a lot of familiar faces in the room. I think I have worked with most of you in different forums, and I'm grateful to be here. Thank you for the opportunity. So, as you've rightly indicated, if you look at Equity's journey and pathway, the core aspect of it was to bring about dignity to the sort of the less privileged individual in the community. And as you indicated, you'd find most of those individuals typically then are subsistence farmers, the very small scale farmers. And so part of that then has been embedded in the strategy that we've set out, specifically to have agriculture about 30% of our portfolio. If you look at our current balance sheet, that's about 1.8 trillion, so that's over 500 billion sort of in agriculture. Are we there? No. I think we are currently about 13%, but the 30% target is to get there by 2030. So we do have about 5 years to claw back, sort of double that. And a number of initiatives have been put in place to try and drive that. And so some of them relate to the programs around farmer education, programs around sort of relaxing appetite for that particular sector. As you've rightly put it, in some of our analysis, we've identified that that's the most vulnerable sector to climate risks, both physical and, in some aspects, transition. And so we have then sort of decoupled a lot of that to understand what are the sectors or the subsectors within agriculture that we can play in. So you find agriculture has dairy, agriculture has sort of your flower farms, agriculture has your cash crops, your tea, your coffee, and then agriculture has, your standard farmer who has a small kitchen garden. So there are elements there that you have to break down. We've also mapped out the ecosystem of agriculture to see what are the players within the agriculture field and how are they then, sort of how are we supporting them to fulfill agricultural needs. From a nature-specific perspective and how then to make it more sustainable agriculture, the conversations around climate-smart agriculture. Internally, we have a food and agric department that specifically focuses on agricultural ecosystems. Recently, we did plug into the livestock sector and to look at the entire leather ecosystem. So we do have a number of initiatives. We look at it regionally, countries like Uganda and Tanzania. Tanzania, the macadamia space, how we then help the farmers start to do forms of irrigation, forms of soil protection and conservation to just help in the productivity of their fields. So we do have quite a number of initiatives, and in the report you'll see a lot more of that detail. But from a financing perspective, our ambition is to grow that book significantly. Like I said, more than double it in the next 5 years. So we under pressure to get that going. I'm sure we will tap into some of the projects Ken has alluded in his presentation, and also play a bit more in the forestry space, because we do have opportunities within there as well. Thanks.
That's a very smooth transition to Eva. But maybe before I come to Eva, I think it's helpful to get like a very realistic perspective of where the objective is and also where you stand. And the doubling, I suppose, has as you grow that portfolio, you also have a lot of opportunity to really embed nature aspects in that, in the new clients that you onboard. So excited to see where that leads you. Now, coming to Eva and to the forestry sector. Our analysis of the forestry sector has really shown that there are hurdles to sustainable forestry in Kenya related to FSC certification, policy, as well as the immaturity of the value chain. And while other players, global players, as well as regional players in forestry really focus on carbon opportunities, the African Forestry Impact Platform, which New Forests manages, focuses much more on the value chain, on plantation forestry, on sustainable and natural forest management, as well as on downstream processing. So could you share a bit your approach with the audience, and also how you see the opportunities in the forestry sector in Kenya?
Thanks, Charlotte, and good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here. Thanks for having me, KBA and GIZ. If I can just take a step back and speak to how we are structured. Most people don't automatically translate forestry as an investment class. If I ask here, how many of us own land in our private portfolio? Private portfolio, how many of us have bought land? Nani ako na shamba? How many have planted trees on that shamba? Yeah, you see, the hands are there. And so I suspect that's a long-term investment play for a number of you. For as long as, you probably spend the first 4 years taking care of that seedling, and then once it matures, the tree stands and holds until the fastest a tree can grow, at least in tropical areas, is 10 years. So at year 10, that's actually a return on investment that you can harvest and take to the market, right? So you begin to think like that, and you see the investment opportunity in forestry, whereas most of us, we have this perception of forestry as being the Aberdares and Mount Kenya and Elgon and the Mau. Those are forests, those are natural forests and very critical ecosystems for biodiversity. The bulk of our timber today, discounting the illegal one that comes from the Congo, actually comes from plantation forests. 80% of the world's timber is done by only about 3% of plantation area in total forestry cover around the world. The rest of the world forests are mostly the natural forests. Most popular in Africa is the Congo Basin, and then in Kenya we have the Mau, we have Mount Kenya, Aberdares, and so forth. So there's a big role for all of us to think about forestry, and I'm now talking from a commercial perspective, because we have the ability to fund projects that then serve housing, furniture, paper, clothing, apparel industry, and fun fact, our mobile phones also use wood chips. So in terms of the market opportunity for you bankers who think in numbers, that is the universe of opportunities you have to tap. Coming back to New Forests, we are a private equity fund. So the other side to the debt facilities that many in this room provide, we provide equity capital to established brownfield forestry businesses and anyone operating in the value chain. We are one of the largest. Our HQ is Australia, but today we have about $7.7 billion in assets under management globally. In Africa, we manage a fund of $500 million. Our last transaction was actually on Monday when we closed a 22,000 hectare forest business in South Africa. So that hopefully just gives numbers in the context. Again, mindful that I'm speaking to bankers. So why did we do what we do? For the last 3 decades, Africa has had the fastest degradation of natural forests. If we let that sink in, those of us who are old enough, we remember the time when the bit from Nakuru, at least through to Eldoret, would be forest cover, yeah? Those are the days of paper and also all of that. Today we don't have that, or at least not as much. If you've had the chance to fly over Central Province, there was a time you couldn't tell where Meru starts and Nanyuki ends. It just looked like one big green belt. Today, you don't see as much a consistency in green. So we continue to lose green spaces in Africa, and at a very much faster rate than the rest of the world. Unfortunately, we are also one of the fastest growing areas, so we need the land, and you cannot say we don't need the land. And with the growth comes the opportunity, construction. A simple thing is, if you've ever put roofing in your house, mabati, and that, again, for people who look at economics, every roof is held by at least 3 wooden trusses. So for all the real estate that you're building, that's timber that we're expanding. And so that again creates the opportunity for us to be in Africa, for us to offer financing in the Africa space. With that then comes the industrial space. Fun fact, a tree is 60% water, 40% is what you use. So a lot of us who plant trees would traditionally just ship the big chunk into a container off to China and India. We see the opportunity to create local value addition, offer import substitution, and add local value to finished goods here. What that does is lower the cost of materials and increase the number of job opportunities we can create. So that then speaks to the value addition and processing opportunities that we have. And then finally, Kennedy talked to this, is the emerging areas in investing in nature, which is carbon credits, and biodiversity. A lot of that is driven by regulation. So industries like yourselves elsewhere would be taxed, as an example, if they are not compliant to their carbon disclosures. And so we have a lot more players that are looking for investors like ourselves who can then help them to offset. I have spoken to a bank in Singapore, because Singapore is one of those countries that was looking to green their balance sheet by supporting their clients to identify projects that they can back in exchange of carbon credits. So again, that speaks to another market that is forming that allows us to do what we do in Africa. So I've spoken about the economic opportunity as well as the emerging nature-based opportunity, but critically is to realize that we have a chance to regenerate our green cover while also providing very raw material for sustainable solutions in real estate, furniture, and even paper as we continue to expand this population in Africa. I'll pause there for now.
Thank you, Eva. A very, very passionate call for the forestry sector. Maybe we can talk a bit more about the sort of opportunities that you see regionally in a moment. But before that, turning to Ian, the Dutch Fund for Climate and Development, which you might also want to explain a bit, invests in companies across agriculture, environmental protection, forestry, and water and sanitation hygiene. So nature-based solutions play a large part in some of these pillars. Can you tell us more about how the fund works and also how your investment strategy has evolved?
Thanks, Charlotte, and hi everyone. Ian Isherwood from WWF, but I manage the East African portfolio for the Dutch Fund for Climate and Development. Some of you might have heard of us, some of you might have not. I'll briefly touch on what we do and how we were put together. So in 2019, there was a group that got together and decided that there needs to be a pool of funds that tackles the 17 SDGs. That pool consists of WWF, who many of you already know, and the logo is behind me. I work for the Netherlands office. I used to work for the Kenyan office not too long ago, so I know a lot of the colleagues. We are then partnered with SNV, FMO, and Climate Fund Managers. So between us, we have a consortium who manage a fund of 448 million euros. We're now in our second phase, and between us, we have 3 facilities. We have an origination facility where WWF and SNV help originate and identify bankable projects. And then we have the land use facility and we have the water facility, who will then do follow-on investments from our origination. So as I've said in the first phase, we had 160 million. Now we have been topped up, so 448. When we first started, we were a bit naive, as most people are when you start a fund and you think you can just go out there and find bankable projects. We went out and we were very, we cast our net very wide. We were looking at smaller projects, smaller tickets, so anywhere between originally 1 million, 2 million, 3 million USD. And we would then be able to provide grants and TA for the projects to mobilize that additional funding. So the origination facility would look at those projects, support them, and identify who they could potentially raise that money from. Ideally, it would be FMO and CFM, but in the first phase, what we realized is not enough projects were moving fast enough. So what I meant is that they would take the grant, they would get the TA, but they would not hit the revenue targets fast enough, so FMO and CFM were not interested in investing because the ticket sizes would be too small. Come the second phase. So first phase was still successful, and as you must with everything, you take learnings from it. But the second phase, we decided to look at much bigger tickets. So that would be more established companies, companies that already have 2 or 3 years, ideally 4 years of revenue behind them. They've already fundraised 3 or 4, maybe 5, 10 with some cases, and they're more established. So we can come in and we can say, great, you've got a fantastic business. We'll be able to provide that TA grant while still mobilizing the additional funding from FMO and climate fund managers. So right now, we're in our second phase. The learnings between the two, I would say definitely we needed to focus on bigger tickets because when we're giving grants of anywhere between 250 to 300,000, you needed to justify the mobilization of that 5 million ticket, which is our minimum ticket for all projects.
We heard a lot about blended finance and the importance of blended finance in the morning. So here's an example, and if you're sticking around afterwards, I'm sure there'll be a lot of questions from our participants. Eva, coming back to you, so you said that the transaction you completed this week was in South Africa. So maybe you can give us a bit of a regional, continental perspective. So how do you reflect on the opportunities across different countries in the region, and how does Kenya compare? What do you think Kenya can learn from these other markets in the forestry sector?
Thank you. She mentioned our fund is called the Africa Forestry Impact Platform, and the mandate is Sub-Saharan Africa. At the moment, we look at forestry in about, let's say, 4 quadrants. The first one is natural forests. Those are the Maus, Abadias, and them. Now, there is a way you can responsibly manage and commercialize natural forests through the right concession agreements. Countries like the DRC and Gabon has done that. The second one is PPP structures. KFS, I'm aware, has been trying to do that, create long-term leasehold agreements with private sector players for managing on behalf of the publics in a build, operate, transfer type of structure, which is typically what you find in infra. The third one are private sector forests, which we have. I think the most popular in Kenya is the Rai Group, somewhere in Western Kenya. But leaseholds that belong to private sector, or in some countries, Uganda is very good. The government has given long-term leaseholds of 50 years. In Tanzania and Mozambique, where we have operation, the communities can give you long-term leaseholds. We have about 90 years in those countries. So private sector is the third quadrant. Oh yeah, maybe they're just 3. So when we look at where we go in terms of opportunity, the first thing that is very obvious to us, like I mentioned, the area of land we are looking at being a commercial investor is very big. So policy comes in almost at the top. How favorable is this country to private sector participation in large-scale production or utility of land? And for countries like Uganda, they're a bit advanced in terms of allocation of long-term leasehold agreements and also protecting private sector participation in long land agreements. South Africa is very advanced in their forestry sector. It's one of the leading economic contributors, and so the policies have been there for some time Fun fact, Uganda actually changed in the year 2000 when Museveni said we have rainfall throughout, we should plant trees and this can contribute to our GDP. Today, timber and forestry is among the top 10 contributors like we have agriculture, or as part of agriculture. So policy is at the top. The second one is access to markets. So in East Africa, the places that grow trees are not automatically where the market is. A lot of it is in central or southern, central Uganda, southern Tanzania as an example. But Kenya, Nairobi has a very big market for timber if you look at any construction coming around. So we'll also consider the marketplaces, and that's where for East Africa we have Dar es Salaam, we have Nairobi, we have Kinshasa. Pretty much every capital city in East Africa is growing, and that's the market, the obvious market. If you want the why, just look at any construction index, and that gives you an answer. Like I said, every iron sheet is supported by 3 wooden beams. That's my market, okay? And then the third one is logistics. So a lot of forests are in rural areas. We need to get them to the city. We need to get them to the ports for export. So how easy is it for us to look at, to offtake items? And when we put all of this together, then we begin to look at where the opportunities lie. Nairobi, or rather Kenya, as we look at it in the short term, may be a big market for value addition just because we have the industrial processing sites, we have the end user market, and the infrastructure is not too bad in Kenya. We may not be able to do the plantations here, but we can definitely do value addition here. So that's our approach to how we look at this market. And then for a market like South Africa, it has everything. It has the ports, it has the so you find as a commercial case looking at that market a lot more. Yeah.
Thank you, Eva, for those insights. So Eva highlighted policy, the importance of the market infrastructure, and the logistics. Turning to you, William, on agriculture, so Equity Group is also a regional player. In your target of reaching 30% agriculture as part of your portfolio, what are your learnings or takeaways from a regional perspective? How does Kenya fare in comparison to the other countries?
Thanks. As you would appreciate, Kenya typically would have the bigger chunk of the market, or rather the share of wallet will be typically Kenya bigger. However, we are seeing, actually we are projecting in the next 3 or 4 years, DRC will significantly be pushing Kenya a bit in terms of that, specifically because of the size and scale of that country. If you look at the population and also the raw nature of that country, despite some of the political challenges, I think if they do stabilize, they will become a big player in the region. You're seeing a lot of global focus towards DRC, I think because of the natural resources within the country. And that is continuing to be space for opportunity for players who are looking at the entire agri and also sort of nature, including mining ecosystem. So it's why we went there. It's why we see a lot of potential growth in that country. Tanzania, another one coming up very strongly, specifically within the agric. You're seeing a lot of their government support towards the agriculture space. For us also, we are keen to tap into that. Tanzania is also big in terms of size. They also have actually a significant chunk of what Nairobi consumes comes from Tanzania through the Arusha border. And so I think they're causing some of our farmers sleepless nights in terms of the ability to produce some produce, particularly when you look at your horticulture produce, the food and the vegetables and fruits. They are pushing hard. Their government has facilitated a lot of that through significant subsidies and opportunities for learning and sharing knowledge. They do have a lot more of that. Uganda, like Eva has highlighted, from a forestry perspective, their land structure allows for more players to come in And so, and then Uganda is naturally very fertile, and so you see a lot of that. Another player that may be bubbling under, just needs some guidance, is South Sudan. South Sudan, because of the Nile, and how they then take advantage of the Nile to grow fish. You've seen what Ethiopia has done with the dam. That's a game changer from a food security perspective. And so within the region, we are seeing a lot of focus towards agriculture. And we do anticipate that the way we've packaged it, you'll find parts of Sudan, particularly livestock, will be big. In parts of South Sudan, the normal herd will be probably 100 cows or more. And so that's just a very basic farmer. And so for us is then to see how we tap in, how we try to create value add or support players that are in that space. So from a strategy perspective, that's how we are playing, how we are thinking around mapping out those ecosystems. The areas that are also very established, like when you think about your flower sector within the Ethiopia and Kenya, that over years has been the biggest supplier of flowers to Europe. So it's also one of those that then is a very good revenue earner, particularly FX from a finance perspective. So we are linking a lot of those market opportunities and trying to see how we can contribute through lending platforms and also partnerships to build capacity.
Okay, so a lot of opportunities, not just in Kenya. Ian, the origination facility that you mentioned earlier has quite a long track record, right? You've contracted over 40 companies across Africa, Asia, and Latin America. And a lot of the conversations that we're seeing here today is that a lot of these NBS projects are still too small, that as you mentioned also earlier, that investors are looking for something bigger. So how does Kenya fare in comparison to these other markets in terms of project readiness?
Good question. And I would say Kenya is leading. So that's worrying for the rest. And I don't mean that in a bad way, but Kenya is more stable. Money flows into Kenya. I think it's one of the top 4 in Africa. When you look at Nigeria, Egypt, South Africa, and Kenya, that's typically where all the money flows to when you're looking at businesses and investments. And regionally, I did find out a fact that climate finance between 2018 and 2022, Kenya attracted 2.4 billion. So that's roughly 41% versus Tanzania, who's 21%. And if you've been to any of these regions, I was born in Mombasa, so Tanzania is my next neighbor in Dar es Salaam. And you see projects are a lot smaller. So Kenya, a lot of people will come here, a lot of funders, a lot of money will flow in, so it's easier to start in Kenya, and it's, as I mentioned, stabler. Then you look at Uganda, who I think are maybe, I'd say, 5 years behind Kenya, and they are now up and coming in the coffee, especially. I think Uganda is now the #1 exporter of coffee. They've taken over from Ethiopia. So we're seeing quite a lot of projects, and the government is really much behind that industry. So that's high on our radar. And then you get Tanzania. I call it the sleeping giant. They are so big, so much potential, but they just aren't attracting enough of the financial flows. We're trying to change that, and there's different funds coming through, not just through WWF, but through Triodos, HIVOS as well. So we're looking to change that as best we can. But Kenya, I think, is still the darling and always will be for the foreseeable. But hopefully that's changed, will change, with Uganda coming second and Tanzania third. So I don't want to put labels, but that's my own personal opinion.
Well, that's positive news for the people in the room. So the origination facility supports projects, but you also support financial institutions, right, that then lend on to similar projects that you also support, also in the nature and biodiversity space. So what sort of capacity building do you offer? There might be people in the room who are interested in that. And where do you see the biggest gaps? What do financial institutions need to work on so that they can really engage on nature?
Thanks. So as I've said, we're in our second phase now. First phase, we were not focusing on FIs. Now we are. And obviously FMO, the Dutch Development Entrepreneurial Bank, has a keen appetite for FIs. Many of you are working with them or they're already investors. So we thought, because our ticket size is quite big in terms of 5 million, we're missing out on investing in smaller projects. But through FIs, we can reach those smaller projects that are still impacting our thematic reach and our areas that we'd want to focus on: biodiversity, GESI, food and nutrition. So we are able to work and partner, still offering the grant and TA, and typically that would be in capacity building, in creating the tools, designing the certain frameworks that might need to be done. One or two banks are probably ahead of the rest, or they've been thinking about this for some time. So we come in terms of when we know a bank is setting up a green instrument, we can connect them directly with FMO, who can give concessional, more flexible terms in the long term. And when we know that, we don't get involved in the negotiations, so please don't ask me about what terms you're going to get. But what we can do is then help structure what you're taking to the market and how you're identifying these pipeline. If everyone is struggling with pipeline, we can help you identify that. If you're struggling with understanding the risks, we can help you with that. So right now, that's our main focus with the FIs. That's not the only focus. I say main focus, maybe 20% of the DFCD. And so far, we've supported one FI in Madagascar, another one in Zambia, and now we're looking for one in East Africa. So the door is still open.
There might be interest flooding in after the panel discussion then. We have on our panel somebody from a bank, William, and we had a conversation earlier about the fantastic work that FSD Africa has done, all the work on TNFD reporting, the interest around ISSB, etc. So from your perspective, also sitting in the ESG and climate risk department, how do you go about embedding nature concerns within an institution? Who are the people you have to speak to? Who are the people you have to convince? How do you convince them? Can you give us a few sort of practical nuggets?
Thanks. Like I indicated earlier, yes, there's a lot of work, but I'm sure it probably was discussed earlier, the conversations around some of the challenges we face. So the biggest challenge we see with nature is then how do we commercialize it? Or lack of a better word, the common word we use in banking is make it bankable. Why? Because when you look at some of our appetites, they're typically short-term, and a lot of this is long-term. Typically, it's sort of the risk mapping hasn't happened sort of to spread the risk and see how you de-risk the business. That still remains a challenge. Internally, though, one of the ways we are trying to do it is to sort of build the language and link it to some of the social programs that we are involved in. So we are not yet fully there, and the opportunities to get us there, and so linking some of those opportunities and also changing the structures, the governance structures. Increasingly, we are seeing our board asking us questions around how we play in that space. So the leadership then is helping in terms of that direction. Some of the partners that we have also nudging us in that direction in terms of getting us going to start building capacity internally and to then request that we start demonstrating and committing to some of these goals that we've set out. I think the one thing that has helped for us has been how we drive it from a leadership perspective. It is a commitment that then our leader has drilled down on us. through our foundation and through some of the programs we do with the foundation, it then becomes priority and becomes a day-to-day. But until we commercialize, because for example, the simple bee, they say, is worth about $500 million in terms of its impact based on pollution. And as such, the conversation is, can you invest in apiculture as a way, of course, now we can see a way of commercializing. So the connection of the dots is still blurry for most financial institutions, but I think as more players come in, if Ian can bring down his limit from $5 million to a bit lower, a lot of the players will get in, because to get people playing in that space with such an appetite is not easy. And the rigor and the cost of even getting to participate in such a program is typically very high, and most people then shun away from it. But we're seeing a lot of work going on in terms of capacity buildings. The TA programs, a lot of the DFIs are helping with those TA programs. Such forums do help as then they create and they demystify some of the held notions around nature. Government's play is also important, part of the Kenya government and some of the regional government. Actually, if you look at some of the regional government like Rwanda, they're sort of a bit ahead in terms of embedding a lot of these sustainable finance and nature finance principles. So it's changing, and we are hopeful that and optimistic that in a few years, just like climate, this will be sort of next to day-to-day activity. Yeah.
So it takes a lot of things. It takes the pressure from the board, external support and nudging, partnership. I think that's a theme that has come up a lot today, the different stakeholders that are in this market and how important that partnership is and how we can build on one another. Somebody said earlier that we're still on the ground floor, and it takes a while to get to the first, second, or third floor, but that's the direction of travel. Eva, New Forest is a well-established fund. You have a mandate to invest in forestry, so probably less convincing work that you have to do. What would be your advice to the banks who are in the room today, who are starting to look at nature? Where should they start? What should they wrap their heads around first, either on forestry specifically or more broadly?
I smiled when you said less work to do, because we also struggle to get credit from the players in this room, even though we have the equity backing, I mean from a portfolio company. So you saw me taking notes as he was talking, because even I need to understand what his pain points are. If I just go back to the question you asked, William, my take is, sure, we're starting, but I think the approach to risk probably is something we can begin as an industry to look at. I know you are heavily regulated, and so your risk is up there with all the actuaries that look at it every day. But for some of these items, if we look at the long-term opportunity, the gains to be made, they will not happen right now, and it's not a 12-month cycle audit period. So is there a play we can make for discounting for that future return that we want to have? At least that's what we do in private equity. Now I've lost my trail of thought, but on that one, so I'll go back to my question that you asked. I think one of the ways that we are looking at it is to take a long-term view. Of course, our underlying assets are trees. The fastest growing tree to date takes about eight years, and that's with all the genetic modification. So even as we commit capital, and that's why we lead with equity, it's important for us to know that this is a long-term play. For peers, and now I look at you as our peers because we are co-investors in these portfolio companies, what we're encouraging you to look at is the value chain. So We will manage the forest, we will manage the planting, the processing and everything, including finding the market. You already have the markets. If there's a way we can play between you and us, because our team, our largest team, even as a fund, is the forestry team. We have about 5 in a team of 10, 50%. If there's a way we can work with you to help identify the market, those SMEs that you fund are our target audience. So if I can give you the equity guarantee of sorts for that balance sheet, I think that can begin to help you get comfortable in writing the check to that artisan, the Ngong Road artisan as an example. Many of you bank those people. Those are people who offtake our wood. We're trying to get them to appreciate FSC certification because that unlocks Europe as a market for them. So that's the role I'm playing as a technical expert. But that person is still too small for me to give them money as an equity provider, but you are already banking them. So what can I do so that they continue to offtake my wood? You continue banking them, but is there a middle ground you can make so that you at least don't ask for as high stringent measures as you typically would? And then I mentioned an example of a Singapore bank looking at greening their balance sheet. So we're not there yet as Kenya, but as regulation becomes more stringent around sustainable and green funding, or rather carbon offsetting as an example, and Kenya is really among the leading there. What such countries as Singapore have started to do is mandate heavy carbon industries, steel, plastics, coal and similar, to begin to demonstrate their offset capabilities. And somehow, still not clear how that falls on you as their banker. And so maybe at that point, when that point comes, or maybe for you to be proactive and innovative for your big clients, heavy emitters, you can begin to match them with players like us who are already in the space of carbon offsets. They can come alongside us and co-invest so that they take the first credit rights and we continue to manage the plantation, and both us and they win in the long run. But I think ultimately, through forums like this, there's a lot more we need to do to come to a place of equilibrium, and particularly with the SMEs, because the fundis, the construction workers, those distribution places of cement, we are trying to get our wood there, but they don't even have as much yard to put the long beams of mbao you need for roofing. They would need a credit facility. I can't give that. You would. You have your typical risk measures. If you can adapt that sustainability angle, and hopefully your leadership agrees that this is a line that we can unlock for sustainability funding, you can begin to offer more capital to those SMEs.
Thank you, Eva, for those tangible next steps. We have a few more minutes, and I'd like to open the discussion to the floor in case there are any questions. Over there. I'll run, Rosalind, over there on the table, I think, on the table at the very end. Rosalind's already on it. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Peter Wanyangi, Climate Finance Specialist. So I have two questions, I think, precisely for Williams from Equity Group. So one is, I think the conversation that most of us are always focused on is bankability, and you've mentioned it, that's the challenge that we all face. So so in our previous session, we had Elvis from Eastpark mention that the dilemma for commercial banks right now is how do they, will they continue funding nature negative investments, or will they work with their clients to curate their investments to be either nature neutral or nature positive? So I understand that the priority for banks is positive returns, I think my question is, what is Equity Group doing to work with their clients, especially those in nature negative, to either be nature neutral or nature positive? And what currently is your portfolio around nature positive? Then my second question, and lastly, is So something about also Eva has talked about how to green the balance sheet. So I think we've heard from practitioners and the regulator, and I think one of the conversation was about how do you put nature into balance sheet, you know? And for me, I think just to hear from you as an insider, what do you think are the opportunities, or actually, what do you think are the hurdles in implementing this? Because I think it has conversation that I've seen starting, but I'm just curious to know, like, what is your view as an insider?
Do we have any other questions? We could take one more. Right behind you, Kennedy.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My question is to Eva. So forestry is often associated with timber and conservation, and I think from your context and your presentation. But how inclusive is this definition, when it comes to fruit-bearing trees? I think currently you're having a lot of avocado trees, mango trees, and a lot of farmers are getting into this. Is there probably a future conversation around looking at these fruit-bearing trees as part of conservation? Do we look at it as green aspect, greening our environment as well?
Great, thank you. I don't think we can take another question. I'm really sorry.
Okay,
because
so
we're already.
It's just a very short one, and it relates to her question. Just that she mentioned it takes 10 years for the tree to grow. Okay, I'm just trying to understand. So what happens if we meet when I'm putting my seedling? What happens till we get to 10 years? Just that.
Okay, perfect. So I'll ask the speakers to keep their answers short, if possible. So we have 4 questions. One is the role of transition finance and what is equity doing to support their clients in moving towards nature positive. Your thoughts on the greening of the balance sheet and the opportunities and hurdles there. For New Forest, also the inclusivity of your definition on trees, and then lastly, the sort of growth period of the trees.
Okay, if I may. Peter, thanks for the question. So I'm not so sure how the deliberations in the morning went, but it's good that KBA is facilitating this. As you would appreciate, we do have a structural challenge within our financial system, specifically because it's based on risk, and also short-termism, in the sense that every quarter we do have to announce a result. Every year we do have to publish a report. Like she indicated, typical nature programs will be decades. And the transition of our business model to become a long-term business model still not yet to that level. So then how do we accommodate the short-term nature benefits? Those will be through your standard agricultural programs and supporting the farmers to move ahead. We're looking forward to a point where the new Kesonia and the like will be bedded and standardize how we price, because pricing becomes a big component, whether an institution is nature positive or negative. Actually, one of my conversation with CBK a year ago was they do have a role to play from a capital requirements perspective. So think about it this way, and this is how I thought about it. If the regulator did indicate that if you green your portfolio, you can price at Kesonia -2. Do you see how that then shifts the conversation around pricing and how even capital allocation? Those conversations haven't yet happened, but I know they are at some phase 2 on the continuing in terms of the greater government plan to change. There's a fiscal policy plan that the government is working on to try and incorporate this. It's called the Green Fiscal Plan or something. There's a new regulation that will then bring in aspects to do with rebates and tax breaks and such things to facilitate a lot of this green revolution. That's not yet here, but we are hopeful it will be here. I think in terms of our pathway to greening our portfolio, actually yesterday we were having a conversation with my team with one of our partners who's coming in to sort of help us transition the book. The first phase of that, of course, is to do a gap analysis. Where is your book at? We do acknowledge at a standard level, we are aware where the book is, the sectors we play in, but now in terms of aligning it to the green taxonomy, that hasn't happened yet. And so once that happens, we'll then be able to then say, based on the central bank's green taxonomy, we know X% of our portfolio is actually green. And then the greening aspects then becomes a risk appetite conversation. And the players like me who are in risk then influence how we set risk appetite. So again, like she said, we are on the basement, not even first floor. And hopefully in the next few years, we'll get to the penthouse.
Thank you. And for anyone looking to green their portfolio, I am happy to take your card. Just in response, can we accommodate fruit trees? Absolutely. For new forests, I didn't get to the details, but what we adopt in terms of our plantation management, is we call it a mixed land use approach. We will dedicate a certain place for agroforestry, which Kennedy defined to accommodate food crops, including avocados and macadamia. And then the bulk of the area will be plantation for wood flows. But then we also have conservation areas. We will only invest in FSC certified plantation assets, so conservation is important for us. Minimum area of 10% of the total plantation has to be conservation. And then this begins to now create that universe that accommodates, including agroforestry. We have a project in Mozambique where we are doing a whole, about 70% of it is conservation, restoration of Miombo woodlands, and this is a carbon project. And then we have 10% is plantation, and then the balance is macadamia. And that way, we are able to bring on board the community. Kennedy talked about the community as a critical stakeholder. They manage the forest for us, the Miombo restoration. We co-share the benefits of the carbon credits, and then they also get their food crop from the macadamia. So yes, it is doable, and we are actively doing that. There was a question around what do you do with the plant as it's growing? The reason we go for large land areas as a business and a commercial investor is to be able to do rotational cropping. So we don't plant in one go, we plant in cycles. Every year there's an area allotted for planting, which conversely means every year there's an allotment for harvesting. And this then begins to create the operating cycle for the plantation forest. So we plant here, we harvest there, but then every year we are doing the same thing, and that's why we need large tract areas for our plantation business. And then just again, harping on William, we are also working with you because we are one of very few investors in Africa doing forestry management. We're very keen to bring along partners. A number of you have signed on to the government initiative for planting trees. Think of New Forest as a partner, but also where you want to actively work with clients. Our portfolio companies in East Africa, as an example, could be your clients. So let's talk.
Thank you, Eva. So maybe to finish off the panel, I'd like to ask you one final question. We've had a broad-ranging conversation today. We've covered risk, market opportunities, the importance of sort of getting ahead of the curve of policy with all of the banks that are already piloting TNFD. Speaking to the audience today, what do you think, from your experience and in your opinion, is the most pressing reason why the banks and other financial institutions should be engaging with nature?
I think it's an existential threat to our business model. I think Ken did show the image in terms of biodiversity collapse. And as banks, we enjoy announcing the big numbers at the end of the year. We enjoy that. But if we do not play in this space, it's only a matter of time. So I'll sum it up as an existential threat to our business model and how we think about businesses. Now we are significantly under pressure to step in and lead the path in terms of how we support nature and sort of reduce the biodiversity collapse. Thanks.
So it's a risk aspect, which is maybe not surprising from the group director of ESG and climate risk. Eva, to you, and then Ian to finish us off.
For me, I see natural capital as a resource, just like we have every other resource in Africa, diamonds, golds, we also have natural capital. After the Amazon basin, the second largest forestry cover is the Congo basin. So what are we doing as people who live on the continent to capitalize this still undercapitalized asset? Money can grow on trees.
Thank you, Eva. And Ian, you promised me a one-liner to end it, so I'm very excited.
I don't know if I'll have a one-liner, but I'll steal Eva as well. But money does grow on trees, but that cannot be the only answer. I think we're in our early stages. It's good to see that we're all here. I've seen WWF working with the Kenya Bankers Association, and it's growing. Nature should be in all of our portfolios. It is a financial risk and a financial opportunity at the same time. If we do not look after nature and we do not look after where we invest our money, then over time our rivers will run dry, our forests will fail, our crops will fail, and then all of that will come back down to us not being able to really survive, putting it bluntly. So I would say we need to work closely with different partners like WWF, like DFCD, like FMO, and definitely include nature in our portfolios.
Not quite the one-liner I was expecting, but that's all right. Well, maybe to close us off, I think the sort of key themes that have come up today are partnership, policy, market opportunities, the importance of building capacity and awareness and building partnerships. On the topic of building capacity, the morning started with some shameless self-promotion by, I think, the colleague from IUCN. So maybe on capacity building, I'll just say that GIZ is also is also working on or developing a training to focus on nature-based solutions finance. So we hope to implement that next year in Kenya, and hope that some of you are interested in that. But with that, let me thank the panelists for all of your very practical insights and sharing your experience with the audience today, and to KBA for convening us, and I'll hand it over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Charlotte. William, maybe you could stand for a photo moment. Just that was a great conversation. So you're free to smile more. Thank you, thank you. Another round of appreciation to the panel discussion today. So, ladies and gentlemen, I wish we could continue. I think we can only agree that these conversations continue even beyond here. And now that we have our own outfit, we would want to call it CSF-ED, CS-FED. What is that? CS-FED. The KBA Center Sustainable Finance and Enterprise Development. So this is the outfit that will be fronting for hosting such discussions, and as we agree that the conversations will continue. So today we have had a very fruitful day, well-spent day. From all the presentations and the discussions that we have enjoyed together, the insights that we have drawn from all this, of course, recognizing many things, including the role of partnerships, the role of conducive environment, the policy environment that we look out for, the role of research, because we've received insights from studies that have been done, very, very thorough and robust studies that have given us bankable solutions, have identified bankable solutions and investments that we can explore. The policy synergies that we appreciate every day is our coming together with the regulators and other players that shape our policy environment is very, very critical. So for all of us, as we appreciate the journey that we need to take, we've also appreciated that there are nature risks. And of course, since we all pursue return, as William did mention, that we want to publish numbers at the end of the day, an appreciation of risk therefore becomes very, very critical. But we're also keen to have a look at how we can get started with nature-based solutions. And then finally, a panel that gave us experiences of investing in nature from the practitioners that we've had today. And one thing that we must appreciate is that as we come together, I think one line that I go home with is also, it poses what? An existential threat. So we are challenged that we do something now, or we will not have time to do anything, or we will not be there to do anything. That is how we end our conversations today. But we must appreciate the collaborations that we've had and the partners that have come in to make this day possible for us. If I do it, I'll be understating it. I want to invite my colleague who was dealing directly with the partners that we have worked together to enable us see this day this successful. Allow me to appreciate Roslyn Gino, the face of all this that we are doing. Please keep appreciating her until she gets here. Thank you. Karibu, karibu Roslyn.
Thank you, Dr. Tiriongo. Hello, everyone. I hope today was a very fruitful day for you guys. You've learned quite a bit and unlearned some things. So I hope let's be the cause of change, yeah? So let's champion change. Let's do well by nature. It's up to us as financiers to drive this change. So I'm glad we have the Sustainable Finance Center of Excellence on board, the Center for Sustainable Finance and Enterprise Development on board. We will provide technical assistance to banks. Right now we do have a nature transition plans activity underway. We've identified a few banks who will be benefiting from that. So if you're looking for that kind of support, do raise your hand as a bank, and we'll help you to do portfolio reviews and then identify bankable projects within your loan portfolios. And then you can design those instruments and even identify de-risking instruments as well within that. So we're looking forward to supporting you with that specific work, and beyond that, just capacity building as well. So with that, let me now appreciate our partners, starting with GIZ, who are just here. WWF Kenya, and IUCN, who've been a long-term partner for KBA. We've done quite a bit around nature-based solutions. And of course, all of you who are here today, making the time to be here, I think we can't take that for granted as KBA. I know you'll take this as a gospel to go and preach it out there. Get your banks to do better around nature. That's our call to action for you guys. So thank you, and have a good rest of the day. There's Steve for networking, so please ensure you meet someone new and walk out with some contacts. So karibu.